Hello everyone, how are you all doing tonight? My name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club. I'm the very long and large enjoyer of wrestling, gaming, twink on twink action, and my stinky cats. Tonight, we are playing WWE Smackdown vs. Raw 2011, and we are trying our hardest to get this godforsaken belt off of Jack Swagger, because this man has been, like, you want to talk about a reign of terror? This man has been on one, brother.
99% of players chose not to spam the boo redeem at Stev. Stev will remember that.
Thank you very much for that, by the way. Thank you very much for that. I don't want to start the show by being booed, brother. That sends mixed signals. Twink on twink action. Okay, so that requires a bit of explanation, I realize. So I should probably take off my angry face, because I'm not angry about this. In the server right now, we are watching the New Japan Pro Wrestling Best of the Super Juniors tournament, and there are two wrestlers in it that really caught me and everyone else's attention last night, and it was the match between Yo and Hyo. Those are two different wrestlers, okay? I'm gonna look up both of those guys.
Hello, Mario.
Happy just another music mod / wagwagon / Jack Swagger losing the title day to all. Thank you very much, Infinite, for the 3 months and a happy mod release day to you, brother. I'm glad that you stuck with that. I'm glad you stuck with it, even if the optics, in the moment weren't as good. So hold on. I'm going to show you the wrestlers I'm talking about, chat, because, again, it requires some explanation.
Hello, Mario.
I'm pretty sure this is it, right here. I'm pretty sure he's the one. Google seems to not really know what I'm talking about, because it's sending me two different things. But I'm pretty sure this is the wrestler in question. Chat, hold on. Well, let me get it ready here. Give me just a second. How's everyone doing tonight, by the way? Hopefully everyone has had a good week so far. I'm very tired today, so if I seem kind of low energy, forgive me for that. Anyways, hello there, Devin. Hello there, Dan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Long Boy Club, where we celebrate all things professional wrestling, video games, baseball, and the stinky cat Henry. Geschlechtsverkehr.
Good Zoom night. Thank you very much, Homunculus. But no, this right here is Yo, right? And he's a twink. Like, you could just see that by looking at him. And last night, a couple nights ago, in night one of the Best of the Super Juniors, he came out in a monkey-inspired gear, right? He came out in monkey-inspired gear, including what I can only... I don't even know, like, the technical term for it, but it was like a crop top sort of thing, right? He came out in, like, yellow and brown gear. It was very monkey-inspired, right? And he came out with, like, a crop top of sorts. He took it off midway through the match, but he still came out to it.
Anarchy. The Homunculus and Chat versus Stev, Zach, and all of his friends, a double or nothing. Anarchy in the Long Boy Clubhouse.
It's gonna be a very big match, bro. I won't participate in it unless Yo is in it, right here. Because, like, both him and Hyo, who I will show you right now, both came out in animal-inspired gear, right? Hyo, Japanese wrestler. I'm pretty sure this is him, because he came out looking incredibly different at the Best of Super Juniors. He came out, like, with long hair, with silver highlights, and, like, a snow leopard puppet. In fact, yeah, here it is right here. Like right here's the match graphic. Like right here's the match graphic. This match was only like, this match was only like 2.5 minutes long, but they packed in a lot into this 2.5 minutes. And they also ended it off with Toxic Alley, which, you know, is the best thing about wrestling. It is the ground, it is the bedrock of this sport. Okay, I'm actually gonna try and pull it up here real fast. Hold on. Give me just a second. I don't know how Twitch is gonna take this. But listen, I pay $9.99 a month. Okay? It's one match. I will show it to you. And then we won't speak of it again. Give me just a second here. It's literally like 2.5 minutes. But this shit was gas.
Just
it was
call
like
it a free
super
trial,
good.
a sample platter.
Exactly. I'm giving you all the free fucking... No way! It works, chat! Chat, it works! Like here. Here, this right here is our sampler platter for the evening. Also, hello there, Radiant Griffin. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. We can indulge in piracy now. Dude, listen, everyone needs to indulge in some piracy.
Hello, Mario.
It keeps you on the straight and narrow. Are we gonna see the Ronda Rousey fight? No. Never the Ronda Rousey fight. Hold on. But we will see this. Give me just a second. There we are. Like, check this out, chat. This right here is gas.
Oh, be careful. It might be the same guy that booked you.
Why the frick would we want to see Ronda Rousey fight? That's a Vexikiawi. But it's a tournament with a lot of variety. And I love it so far for that. Like, Daisuke Sasaki and El Desperado had a heater of a match on the first night. So did Kosei Fujita and Francisco Akira. Like, those two matches, which were the semi-main and the main event, this better be a Rivals to Lovers story. I'm pretty sure we just saw a Rivals to Lovers story play out in like 5 minutes, you know? Because, like, listen, this right here, it's a 3-act structure, okay? It's a 3-act structure. You got... Hold on. and that right there is how you tell a story, bro. That's cinema. You need the plushy violence, you need the piss, and then you need the kiss. That right there is how every good night begins, I feel like. What did I just click into? Hi, Soul, how are you? Do we need PPK? Plush, piss, and kiss. Plushy, piss, kiss. Absolutely. That right there is how great fiction is made. And what I just saw there... Anyways, yeah. I hope you enjoyed that little pre-show match there, chat. Because that right there is a bit of a sample of the best of Super Juniors so far. We're watching the entirety of the tournament in the Discord server. Y'all should join us over there. We have a lot of fun over there talking about games and wrestling. Weekly community nights aren't as much of a thing anymore, but I do try to watch wrestling shows in the server, you know, that I'm interested in. Such as the best of Super Juniors. It's only 2 nights in. We've only watched night 1. So if you want to join us for the rest of it, or just for, or just, you know, hang out with a community of cool, fun wrestling fans, come and join us over there. I would really love to see you. Depending on how tonight goes,
Guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren, und herzlich willkommen im Long Boy Club, wo wir alles rund Professional Wrestling, Videospiele, Baseball und die stinkende Katze Henry feiern.
Homunculus, what did you think of this? What did you think of the Yowie here? Because I thought it was pretty sick.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Waffle. How are you doing? Hold on just a second. Okay, cool. I think that we're good to run the first ad of the night, chat. So, we'll run it and then we'll get started with things.
It's break time. Where are the cheaters, my dudes?
Yo, kids, here's a flaming hot
There they are.
snack.
I'll be back.
Go, go, go. Whoa, Chief, there's no fire here. Just flaming hot Cheetos. Here, try one. If you can handle it. Flaming hot Cheetos. Deliciously hot, dangerously cheesy.
To keep me from going cuckoo for the great chocolatey taste of Cocoa Puffs, I'm going to ride up and down this elevator all day.
11th floor, munchy.
Munchy?
12th floor, crunchy.
Crunchy!
13th floor,
Chocolatey? That's Cocoa Puffs! Yay! I'm Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs! Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs!
Chocolatey tasting Cocoa Puffs, a part of this balanced breakfast with 10 important vitamins and minerals.
Being cuckoo sure has its ups and downs.
If you pick C, you're ready for Toontown, an outrageous online game where battling evil cogs is only half the fun. Create your own tune, and you can do almost anything. With your parents' permission, get 3 days of free play at Toontown.com. Toontown, rated E for everyone.
Are you tuned enough?
Need to redo your room? For a limited time, if you find this certificate in marked boxes, you win $10,000 for a room makeover. Or write in. Many will enter. 2 kids will win grand prizes. 400 more will win their choice of one of these prizes.
Don't even think about it.
Gushers, redo your room sweepstakes. It's a...
All right, who drank it? Pinocchio? Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
Burger King's gone green with frozen cherry limeade ices and amazing toys from Shrek 2, like Pirouette Princess.
And I remember when Burger King had ices. And they kind of still do, but it's not really ices, is it?
Cherry limeade sold separately.
The 3 little pigs set me up.
Only at Burger King.
I had one of their milkshakes once. It reminded me of eggnog. Wait, was it like a specialty like milkshake? Was it like one that came out to coincide with something or no? Vanilla regular. Oh.
First they're sour. Then they're sweet.
An eggnoggy taste for a vanilla shake.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me,
An
we're back, my
eggnoggy
dude.
taste for a vanilla shake doesn't sound all that good. Welcome back to Raw, everyone. By the way, speaking of Raw, we need to go over a few things here. Because tonight, we are going to be going from the start of August
We're going
all
back
the way
in time to
through
get Jack
SummerSlam.
Swagger off the title belt. That's right. We're going back in time to get Jack Swagger off the title belt.
We're going back in time. We're going back in time to get turkey off the menu. Yes. Anyways, we need to fucking talk about that, right? Because against all odds, Jack Swagger is still the World Heavyweight Champion. And you want to talk about a reign of terror? I feel like he's done more damage in 3 months than Triple H has ever done, because he has done the following, right? He won the belt off of Christian in Christian's first title defense. He buried The Undertaker at Extreme Rules in less than 15 seconds. He absolutely demolished CM Punk in an Iron Man match, winning 6-1. And he managed to not even defend his title at Night of Champions, instead challenging Sheamus for the Intercontinental Championship. Thankfully, Sheamus retained the belt, and he also beat the stuffing out of Jack Swagger. Like, it wasn't even close. Like, it was a completely one-sided match. So, you know, at least we have that going for us. But, chat, I'm so tired of this guy. I'm fucking sick of him. Anyone can step up and take the belt off of him. I'll take it. Any single person. Just please do it. Do it at SummerSlam. Sheamus and Druid should make a 3-way feud to take Swagger's belt. Well, you know what? Unfortunately, Druid's on Raw. Speaking of Druid, he's been on a bit of a tear himself. He's had quite a few big profile wins on Superstars, and he's not quite in the running yet for a championship, but I would probably say that if he keeps his winning ways up, he might be close. At least he can challenge Chavo Guerrero for the US title, because Chavo is the US champion, which is very, very fun. I like that a lot. Unfortunately, MVP, we've been following his trajectory for like 4 months in game at this point, and I'm gonna be honest, chat, I've lost faith in him. I've lost faith in him. He's lost too many easy dubs, you know? He's lost way too many big matches and easy dubs. Is way more... Chavo as US champ is way more respect than IRL WWE gave to him at this time. I mean, you want to talk about respect given to him. He has like a personalized ring announcement for like when he enters as the US champion. And what I mean by that is, in this game, depending on who has what belt, the ring announcer will just be like, on the way to the ring, the WWE champion, MVP, or something like that. Meanwhile, if you put like the WWE championship on Batista or John Cena, they'll say where they're from, they'll say their weight, and they'll say that they're the champion. You know? Like, they have a full, complete ring announcement. Chavo never won this belt, right? He was never US champion in real life. But yet, someone at Ukes thought, you know, there may be a time and place where someone would put this belt on Chavo Guerrero. So we need to record a special ring announcement for him for when he comes out with this belt.
We're gonna take you back to past to snatch the belt back from Jack Swagger's dumbass. Stev would rather have Matt Riddle spread his cheeks than let Swagger have the win. He'd rather drink expired IcoPro than let that Swagger have that belt touch his skin. He's the angriest giraffe you've ever heard. He's the Swagger-hating long boy nerd.
Bro, and that's a fucking W. Like, you know what it's about, homunculus. He was one of the Smackdown 6. Wild how he's just not viewed like the other 5. I mean, to be honest, he's kind of mid, but in our universe, he's one of the greatest of all time. Because again, like, we fucking built this guy up from nothing, right? Like, he was going nowhere and going nowhere fast, but then he stepped up. He fucking beat MVP twice in a single night, and he had multiple big wins on Raw and Superstars, and now he's a champion, which is honestly just really, really good. Speaking of champions, we'll go over them one more time here. We have WWE Champion Batista, US Champion Chavo, Tag Champions Morrison and R-Truth, Divas Champion Melina, World Heavyweight Champion Jack Swagger, Intercontinental Champion Sheamus, and Women's Champion Beth Phoenix. I'm pretty sure Beth and Morrison and Truth were the only ones to actually win titles at Night of Champions. By the way, Night of Champions was fucking dog ass. That was a really bad show. Aside from, like, maybe the tag match and Sheamus squashing Jack Swagger, that was a very dire event. So dire that I don't even want to watch this Raw here. I'd rather not watch it. So we're not going to. Instead, we're just going to sim it. R-Truth won against Ted DiBiase. Alicia Fox won against Brie Bella. The Straight Edge Society won against Zach Henry and Mark Henry, and John Cena won against Edge. So hold on. We got strong alliance. CM Punk and Luke Gallows' friendship has gotten even stronger. Chat, there are 2 spaces in between friendship and has. Do you see that? Do you see that? Or is that just me? Because, like, anytime that I've seen this, the spacing on this text is just really fucking strange to me. It throws me off. Anyways, Edge and John Cena are now enemies? Dude, they just started being enemies? Oops. Alright. Dude, this is an insane card. What is this? We have Druid versus A-List Otunga, who recently lost his name to Davey Boy Smith. We have Kane. We have Kane with The Undertaker taking on Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes. We have R-Truth versus Chris Jericho and The Miz. Who else but Kane? Who else but Kane? Dude, exactly. It's gotta be Kane, brother. No, exactly. Nobody watches the B show anyways. But we do watch this. Druid versus A-List Otunga. Drew McIntyre is gonna get beaten by Kane! Wow, that was a big fucking voice crack for me. But Kane! I'm really hoping that Druid keeps up this winning streak that he has going on. Because not only did he pin Batista before the Bash, but he also pinned David Otunga last week, I feel like. At least I remember that he pinned him last week. So... Fives. It's gonna be Kane. Druid should face Swagger. He is the one to dethrone him. Dude, in a perfect world, that would happen. I love how Tony Chimble is just so stunned by the idea of this man that he doesn't even give him like a full ring announcement. But no, chat, I'm gonna be honest. Not even Superstars feels like it's really worth watching this week. I would say that, you know, at least this is at least a little... Oh no, David Otunga's gonna get the jump on him. From weighing in at pounds. Weighing in at pounds is incredible. If I had a nickel for every fan that was down bad for an animated cartoon character voiced by Erica Lidbeck, I've had at least 3 nickels. Which I know isn't a lot, but it still feels like... But it's weird it happened thrice. Wait, no way. Dude, David Otunga's gonna get the win back immediately. No way. We start out with a squash.
Hello, Mario.
We start out with a squash from David Otunga. Also, hi, Woobs. How you doing? Actually, no. I shouldn't call him David Otunga anymore. He fucking lost his name.
Otunga pulling the Rusev special.
He freaking lost his name to Dude, he freaking lost his name to Davey Boy Smith last week. His name is... They call him Davey Boy. Oh my god, my roommate just walked in with something incredible, chat. He walked in with Zoo Pals plates. I would show it if I could, but I don't have my camera set up. Oink, oink, Zoo Pals. I'm still buying the Druid t-shirt after. He doesn't have the right to be David Otunga again after he could be until he can beat the British Bulldog. Oh, Brett, I'm so fucked. Drew McIntyre lost to Kane. And of course, Chris Jericho and The Miz defeat R-Truth. I want to watch the continued downfall of Jack Swagger, chat. Or at least I just want to watch his downfall. Okay, there are 2 matches on this SmackDown that I want to watch, chat. I want to watch Christian and Cody and Jack Swagger at the Big Show. Because, listen, I want Christian to rise the ranks again. Because I think that he was unfairly beaten for his belt. At Backlash. So I want to see what all he has now. Dude, they weren't rivals before. Druid and A-List Otunga are now enemies. At Backlash is where he lost the belt. Undertaker and Cody Rhodes are now enemies. Dude, R-Truth and Chris Jericho are now enemies. What game has the best universe mode in your opinion, besides Wrestling Empire? Probably 12 or 13, I would say. Like, this one is pretty bare bones, and there isn't really a lot that can happen in it. Wait, dude, I forgot that Chavo Guerrero is, like, in the running for the WWE Championship. That would be so sick if he won it in this save. GirafaStev and Homunculus are now enemies. Dude, that's the logic of this game, honestly. Alright, Kofi Kingston and Dolph Ziggler. Kofi wins. Alright, let me guess. They become enemies. Oh no, Kofi Kingston and Drew McIntyre's relationship has gotten even worse, chat. Who'd have thought? Alright, Christian and Cody Rhodes coming up here.
Our relationship has gotten even worse.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry that my relationship with you has gotten even worse. I know that we should talk more, but it's just really hard to be myself around you, you know? You're so suffocating. Okay? You don't let me be myself.
More serotonin, please.
You don't let me speak my mind. There we go. But you do give me serotonin. So if anything, it's all good. Sev, why won't you look me in the eye when we cuddle? Dude, I look at you and I see
Crunch, Cheeto tasty.
Else.
What were you saying?
It's okay, Homunculus. We don't need to talk about it. We can just sit down and we can build the Mighty Bowser Lego if that's what we want to do. Whoa! Ah! You suck, Lubes. You stink.
From Marietta, Georgia, weighing 223 pounds, Cody Rhodes.
Incredible. I was trying to remember if I, like, gave Cody Rhodes the, No! Okay, I can take that. Christian! It's Christian, chat. And he's here to fucking win this match. And hopefully get himself back into the world title picture.
And the official finally signals for the match.
Tensions are rising between these two superstars. First SVR.
Make up some ground.
Dude, I don't think any ground's gonna be made up.
Christian fires him out, and Christian scores with a kick out of nowhere.
That signature was always insane to me.
Switch, engage.
Can you edit wrestlers in the game? Can you give Christian the dot? I can edit their clothes.
Lash out with one of those signature, and there's the submission.
You unfaithful floozy. Dude, I told you. I don't feel like I can be myself around you. You're so suffocating, okay?
Refusing to give in there. What sheer determination.
I think we need to see other people that are homunculus shaped.
Look at
and also eat Cheetos on the regular. I want a divorce.
We could see a lot of punishment inflicted here. Devastating impact to the arm.
Get your fan fiction away from me, father.
Get your Kentucky Fried finish away from me.
You have to figure that the next person to apply a submission will win.
Get your fan fiction away from me, father.
Ouch!
I was simply, listen, I was simply using an expression, okay? I do not love you, homunculus.
By Captain Charisma. Oh, what an elbow
I just love people who are shaped like you. And who have similar tastes in snacks that I do.
After all of these shots to the head, I've got a feeling that soup's going to be on his diet.
Because I feel like that, because listen, when you have similar tastes in cheese snacks,
Christian.
conflict goes down by at least 20%, I feel like.
Get in a ladder match, brothers.
I don't know how Cody Rhodes is still on his feet right now. Christian.
Dude, I don't know either. If anything, he should be... If anything, Christian needs to be pinning him, like, right now. Please just pin him. Just pin him, dude! Hold on. Hold on, what kind of a match is this? Submission only, okay. Tap, you bitch. There you go.
And Christian wins it.
Dude, legacy chance to SmackDown Cody Rhodes. Yeah, hopefully this builds Christian back up. I would like for that too. Maybe he can face Sheamus for, you know, the IC Championship at least. Christian's theme was so good. Dude, Christian has almost never had a bad theme, I feel like. Am I right or am I wrong, chat? The Canadian Nightmare, Christian Cage. Dude, he has so many names. The Canadian Nightmare, the Instant Classic.
One superstar is happy that this one's over.
Captain Charisma.
The only good thing for him is that the beating stopped.
I enjoyed this version and the one by Waterproof Blonde a lot. So... Some people will listen to this and just be like, oh, this is shit. I don't think it is. I think it's pretty good. Alright, cool. Well, that was a big old win for Christian. You love to see it. Here, hold on. Oh, let me check. Christian and Cody Rhodes' relationship has gotten even worse. Alright, well, where is Christian on the rankings? Oh, he's climbing back up, chat. He's climbing. And Cody Rhodes isn't even in the running for any title at this point. He's in the running for he's in the running for like being fired, is Cody. Aw. No, dude, I don't want Kane and dude, I don't want Sheamus and shitty ass Kane. I want Sheamus and cool-ass Shad Gaspard. A Canadian Nightmare sounds like a moose that spits maple syrup acid. Oh, so like a fucking Owl House creature then. Because I've seen the giraffes in the Owl House. Oh no, come on, man. So wait, hold on. They lost to the Brothers of Destruction. Got it. I've seen the giraffes in goddamn, in the goddamn Owl House. Funnily enough, that's where I got the homunculus from. Wait, when did this become an Iron Man match? Between Jack Swagger and the Big Show. Chat, I think we need to watch this. I think we need to watch this shit. Because if fucking... Dude, if CM Punk can't beat him, the Big Show needs to, okay? I don't know if the Big Show can destroy Jack Swagger. Dude, How, dude, how can anyone survive the Big Show for like 15 minutes? Especially when you have music like this.
Big Show knocking out Swagger at the 2012 Royal Rumble before even entering in is an all-timer.
Honestly, fucking sick as hell, dude. Is the Big Show really big, or is it exaggeration like somebody's $5 footlongs? I mean, they were $5 at one point, brother. Not anymore, though. Not in this economy. Well, awesome! Big Show!
And his opponent, standing at 7 feet tall.
Okay, but him entering with this is unreal aura, though. I know! Dude, we should... Dude, Whoops, you struck on something awesome by putting that over Swagger's entrance video. Or is he actually exceptionally large show? Dude, exceptionally large show is like the version of Big Show that you get off of Temu. Abnormally tall show. Remarkably humongous show. There he is, chat. The remarkably humongous exhibition. I'm more surprised that Swagger doesn't have a faction of his own at this point. I mean,
60 minutes. These men will battle it out until there's nothing left.
For 1 hour, I'm sorry. 1 hour for 60 minutes.
King, some Iron Man matches are very low.
Equivalent is 15 minutes, huh?
How do you think this one's going to play out? Well, it's hard to say.
Dude, Michael, 15 minutes according to the stream. Michael, Michael, I need you to look up from the fucking sheet and actually look at what is being shown on screen. Because last I fucking checked, 15 minutes is not 60 minutes. Okay? That's like a quarter of that.
NCAA record with 30 pins in one season.
Can the game actually do a 60-minute? Oh my god! I love, I love the jumping asshole that the Big Show does. Can the game actually do a 60-minute match? Not that we should watch one, but you absolutely can do a 60-minute Iron Man match in this game. That sounds awful, honestly. I would not like that in this game. Like 15 minutes here, maybe 20 if it's really, really good, is my limit. You know?
Big Show with pure physical dominance.
Would be like a dude, no, you're right. It would be like a Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart thing. Ah, dude, the hog log. Hell yeah. Hog log.
7 feet. Nearly 500 pounds. Is the world's largest athlete.
So wild, that was the first one in the Fed. Dude, it was the first one in the Fed, and it went 60 minutes with no one getting any points. I feel like that's something that you do, like, once you already establish the match type, right?
And that punch lands hard. Big Show.
For, like, the first one, I would have them, like...
The amazingly extended height spectacle.
The amazingly extended... Dude, do I love the idea that the Big Show's name just gets more and more verbose as time goes on? Dude, if anyone can beat Jack Swagger, it's gotta be the amazingly extended height spectacle. The amazing digital Big Show, and he just like comes out to like to like Pompey's fucking face paint. Oh no, you know what? That's exactly what they would do to the Big Show around this point. They would put him in like they would put him in Pomfrey's fucking
There's just a sample of the power of the Big Show.
face paint. Or dude, no, actually, yeah, Jax's red overalls would absolutely be what he comes out in. The amazing digital long boy. That's what I am. I am the long boy. And he's fighting Jax Swagger. Nah, Jax Swagger is diabolical. Okay, so clue me in on this. So clue me in on this Digital Circus, fans. Is Jax a villain or no? Or are there really no villains in the Amazing Digital Circus? This adventure was made by Kane!
The strength of the Big Show.
Jax is complicated. Like, are there, like, no real villains in the show? Because I'll admit, I am Amazing Digital Circus not knower. Dude! Big Show got the Big Show got the first fall. The tremendously ginormous man.
The thing about Jack Swagger and his approach to sports entertainment is he's deceiving.
The tremendously ginormous exhibition got the first pinfall.
Swagger's close to 6'6" and already 265 pounds. He's so young, you know he's going to get bigger as the years go on.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I forget that the Tooth Man, or rather like the Teeth Man, is named Kane.
And he hits the choke slam.
Okay, I literally thought that they were like... I thought that he was going to pull out the showstopper for a second.
And I think I saw a smile across the face of the Big Show. He's enjoying this.
Jax isn't really a villain, just a friend who's got a tendency to be an asshole. Okay. Hoglog! Holy fucking shit, dude. This right here, dude, this right here is what I wanted out of CM Punk. Not necessarily the Hoglog, but just like this form of domination.
Hoglog Hughes.
The headbutt.
Big Show's offense kind of looks like
Good God, Jack's back is messed up badly. I saw that too, yeah. It depends how deep you are in the show. Okay, well, here's the thing, chat. Admittedly, I look at the Amazing Digital Circus and I don't think it's my thing. But I recognize that it has a lot of fans and I'm just like, cool, great.
Your arm hurts so bad after that.
I'm more interested in Gameoverse anyways, which I've yet to really check out the pilot for.
Here we go. Here we go. He's hanging on for dear life.
Oh man, targeting the ribs and the lower back.
And this one's
No! We're tied up, dude. We're tied up. 1-1, yep.
These superstars are so unpredictable.
Yeah, you're right. Jack's back is fucked up at this point.
It's almost time for a 3-minute tiebreaker break, my dudes.
Oh, don't you dare, Homunculus.
from the ring to the floor.
We're just getting started with this.
Pain coursing through that torso right now.
Wow, Kane, you are so funny.
Oh,
You are so funny.
Swagger has a superiority complex, but he's certainly not sure.
Apparently it's something about traveling through gaming dimensions. Are they like actually,
What an incredible main event this has been.
are they actually like, you know, games that I would know, or are they like, you know, games that look like games I would know? Am I misremembering, or do Iron Man matches not have DQs naturally? I mean, like, I could have sworn they do have DQs. I mean, that's how I beat JBL in his Iron Man match in SVR 2006. You know?
What a battle this has been. There's no disqualification, anything goes.
Oh, they're all games inspired by other games. Okay. I remember Lesnar getting DQ'd because he hit Hogan with a chair in an Iron Man match. I mean, literally, like that right there, hog. I mean, like literally, that right there is what I would do. Because like in SmackDown versus Raw 2006, if you play on SmackDown, you're probably gonna need to, have one of those matches against JBL. And literally, what I would do is like I would get him to a certain point in his like head damage. I would go to the outside and get the ring bell. I would hit him with the ring bell, which would give him a point, and then I would pin him, which would give me a point. Lather, rinse, repeat for like 10 minutes. The main character kit reminds me of a cross between Mega Man and the Samurai Pizza Cats.
Oh my gosh, the arm!
All right, well, the Pizza Cat stuff I'm not too familiar with.
Oh, there it is!
How do you look at Big Show and not show some type of fear?
Oh yeah, that face.
Game of versus like Wreck-It Ralph, but the game world gets destroyed if the protagonist wins the game. Okay.
Just used him like a doormat.
Ah, no. Dude, let's go swagger chant.
Ah, look at this.
Now that right there is astroturfing. Swagger that cheating fool. Dude, did Swagger use the chair or was it the Big Show that used the chair? I forget. No.
Hello, Mario.
Big Show, okay. No, please. I really want to try to redraw Kid at some point. Already did when the show was announced. Okay.
He does it again.
Nice. I hope that goes well for you, bro.
Swagger goes behind.
Big Show, turn this around right now. Dude, please. I can't deal with another month of Jack Swagger, dude. I will bald Stev if you fail. Big Show, please. Please, I love my hair. Big Show, I need you to fucking pull through, brother.
5 minutes remain and time really begins to be the enemy at this point. He's got him hooked.
Also playing SVR 2011 on my modded PS3. I'm really loving this game's universe mode, especially since it's basically integrated into the main game. Yeah. The universe mode was kind of like the big thing in this in this one. It's very primitive, but I enjoy it quite a lot. A surprise that none of the others after this has tried to do it again. Probably because like if you just want to play exhibition but also universe mode, if you don't remember to turn off the universe mode portion if you're doing exhibition, that match will count in your universe mode save. Like that's the mistake I made when I put the WWE title on MVP. Because I had that match take place on the WrestleMania stage, but because I forgot to turn off the universe mode integration, it treated it like a match on Raw. I'm gonna fucking kill you, Jack Swagger. No! Lex Luger! No! Please, dude! Do not crash this game, dude. I'm gonna kill you if you do.
Big Show does better than anyone else is exploit his size and weight.
No way. It's WCW all over again. Hey!
He's looking to put his opponent away right here.
Dude, this happens every single time. Fucking Lex Luger comes in and he just fucks it all up. Dude. I'm about to take him out because I'm figuring that he's just glitched. Because literally anytime that he specifically comes in, he just...
Hello, Mario.
He just glitches the game. What's going on? Change his finisher. That's a very good idea. Hold on. Why is Lex breaking it? Dude, I don't know. I do not know why Lex is breaking it, okay? But if the torture whack... Yes, torture whack. If the torture rack is what's breaking it, then that's an easy fix. Hold on. Let's go down to the moveset. I'm not gonna play that match again, by the way, chat. We're just gonna sim it. Alright, Lex Luger. What's his finisher? Is it the torture rack? Sure is. What would be like a what would be like a like a good finisher for him? You know what? Sure. Final cut. Let's do it. I feel like he need a power move. He would need a power move, yes. See if there's another similar submission, maybe? Hold on. The abdominal stretch. Holy shit, we can fucking give him the F5? Hold on. About to say, this right here is literally just the F5. Cyclone or Argentine backbreaker would work. Holy shit! Look at this, chat. Holy shit! That sells insane. I know! Dude, he just like lets him go. There's like no control. I want that. We'll take that. That's gotta be from like the Here Comes the Pain days. No, absolutely. Holy fucking shit, dude. How about the Argentine backbreaker? Okay, I'll give him that too. F8. F8 is crazy. It's an extreme F5, dude. Hey, good news is, actually no, not good news, because like we still don't have a winner. I don't know if I'm gonna need to be going bald here. You gotta be kidding me, dude. Jack Swagger won against the Big Show in an Iron Man match. Someone bald him, shaved the head, long boy. I'm too broke on bits. Dude, I need someone to come through here. This is insane. Wait, you're too broke on club credits? Huh. Alright. Well, really, there's only one match on this show that I want to watch. And that's this one. Yoshitatsu versus Mark Henry. You are bald! In Danhausen voice. I mean, this right here is the life I chose. Yoshitatsu with the Bulldog? A new tag team? Dude, that sounds awesome. Of course I want to save my SVR 2011 data. Why would I not want to do that? Dude, there has to be like footage or like a soundbite somewhere of fucking Danhausen saying "you are bald" in his voice. In his "you are cursed" like, you know, dialect. It's gotta be out there, dude. I refuse to believe it's not. Alright, red for Zach Henry. I mean, like, he has to have said, like, in a promo at one point, or, like, someone has to have, like, you know, requested from him on, like, Cameo or something. But I refuse to believe that that is not a thing that has... Rather, I refuse to believe that's a thing that hasn't happened. Also, man, I look crazy without hair, honestly. I look actually kind of insane without hair. It's very, very disgusting, I feel like. Alright, here we go.
The following contest is scheduled for
Ritsu's favorite guy.
by the British Bulldog. Approaching the ring from Tokyo, Japan. Weighing to
This is an insane match, by the way, chat.
Tatsu.
This is an insane match here. We have Yoshitatsu and the British Bulldog in his corner, taking on Mark Henry with Zach Henry in his corner. All right, Yoshi, you're a former hardcore champion. You got this, brother. I swear, if you... I swear. Okay, good.
Accompanied by Zack Ryder from Silsbee, Texas. Weight 418 pounds. He is
That's Zach Henry to you, Justin.
Mark Henry.
God, dude, Zack Ryder's gear is insane here. I'm just gonna say that. Mark Henry with Zach Henry. All right, let's do it. It calls for... oh, wait. Oh, yeah. The ball calls for 500 club credits. I'm 420. Blaze it, brother. All right.
Yoshitatsu controlling the arm.
Again, this right here is like the only one I'm really excited about in this show. I don't want to see John Cena and Edge do a #1 contenders match. I just want to see Yoshitatsu defeat Mark Henry. Maybe get himself closer to the US title. That would be nice.
Mark Henry doing a little taunting.
So chat, if the British Bulldog and Yoshitatsu become a tag team after this, what are they?
A textbook suplex.
Why was Mark Henry attempting a springboard? I don't know, maybe he wanted to try something new, brother.
Interesting articles in there about all the superstars here in the WWE.
He's managed to stay safe throughout his career. Fuck it. Fuck it, be like the Miz and just save all your cool spots for like when you're 40, you know?
Strongest man.
The Tsunami Shih Tzus.
Henry with the arm.
Nice counter by Yoshi.
I don't know, I don't like that we went to... that when we were trying to figure out like a fusion of Japanese and British stuff, that we immediately went to Tsunami.
If you haven't done it yet, check out WWE.com.
I'm not the biggest fan of that.
All your favorite superstars. It's been an incredible night so far.
Yoshi Bulldogs. Oh, well, okay. Well, fucking Raw. Dude, we gotta go to picture-in-picture now.
This one's a devil to explain, so we'll let the game itself do the talking.
The rules.
The match continues in picture-in-picture, chat.
Devil Dice is an action puzzle dice game.
Dude, if I roll Snake Eyes, can I get my hair back?
To move the characters around. Make the dice move by using the directional buttons while the characters are standing on top of the dice. By moving the dice horizontally or vertically, align dice with the same numbers. The dice vanish when the same number
The Kabuki Bulldogs. What? Dude, we have multiple run-ins going on here.
They vanish when the player connects 3 or more of them. The number on the face of the die, multiplied by the number of dice, is added to the player's score. These are the basic rules of
The Alliance Resurgence. Wow, gets to give him the full WWE experience right now. I know, right?
The 5 dice vanish, and 5 times 5, or a total of 25 points, is added to the player's score. Once the dice have been aligned, they vanish into the ground, like so. Dice which have only partially disappeared can still be used to connect with other dice. The player can continue adding more dice to those which have not completely vanished. The value of those dice are also added to the total score.
I enjoy adding Ronin into the name. I think that's pretty good.
The bottom line, Devil Dice is fun, but not worth $40.
Would you rather Gitsy or another ad for Chumba Casino? I enjoyed it when Drew McIntyre said it's Chumba time and then he chummed all over the place.
Has been incredible. Yeah.
A grazing shot there.
Come on, Yoshi.
From the ring to the floor.
Dude, what is he doing? What is Yoshi doing?
I can't believe everything that's transpired.
Why the fuck is Yoshi just kicking at invisible why is Yoshi just kicking at invisible bees there? Yoshi, you need to capitalize, dude. Just throwing an ad for that D-Day movie in the middle and maybe an ad read for Fritos and you have yourself another Monday Night Raw.
Always brings a lot of energy with him to the ring. This young man loves to have fun. Henry, oh my, just raw, unmitigated power.
I am very, very concerned.
Can he score the pin?
I'm very concerned that he's not going to kick out of this. Wait, MVP's here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dude, they're distracting both at once. They're fusing into each other.
And go be a part of the
Fusion, ha!
episodic television show in history.
No, please, Yoshi. This is bullshit, dude. This is fucking bullshit. You're gonna lose to a headbutt, Yoshi?
And this plan appears to have backfired.
You're gonna lose to a headbutt?
One, two. Tatsu kicks.
No way! No way! Yoshi! Yoshi Tatsu!
Well, that's what comes to mind when I see the delight Mark Henry takes in this.
Yoshi Tatsu's still in this match, chat! Fighting spirit! That right there's the All Japan fighting spirit at work! Oh, but Mark Henry.
GPS to find the mark.
They bought him just enough time to kick out! Oh god, no. Yoshi!
I'll never understand why Mark Henry resorts to such brutal tactics. He's already the world's strongest man.
No.
He's got left to prove.
No. Okay, we're making progress. We're making progress. We're making progress. Don't just stand there. Stay on the offensive. That's why he's the GOAT. That's why he's my GOAT.
Get ready, folks. Get ready.
Oh, what core strength from Yoshitatsu.
Yoshitatsu has proven in the past how resilient
Dude.
he is. How
Dude.
capable he is of taking punishment and bouncing back.
Dude, this match makes me think, dude, this match is really activating my Chumba time sensors. I'm not gonna lie to you.
This could do it.
Oh, no, that's it. 2, 3.
Mark Henry gets the win.
Fuck you, Mark Henry. Can someone put the Iggy and Justin Roberts ear to have them restart the match? What resilience for Tatsu there. I know. Tatsu has nothing to be ashamed of there.
Here is your winner.
Incredible work from Yoshitatsu, though.
Mark Henry.
An emotional victory here tonight. Man, oh
Man. Was this an elimination tag? No, it wasn't. Zach Henry just accompanied Mark Henry down to the ring. Alright. Well, I'm gonna be honest, chat. That right there's the only match I wanted to watch on this show, so. Oh, hey, JTG won against the fucking Hart Dynasty. Hold on. And they move up the rankings a little bit. That's good. Let's see here. All right. Can Edge do me a favor and win this? Thank you. Thank you very much, brother. John Cena Edge's relationship has gotten even worse. Oh boy. What the fuck is this match? Dude, we have like two absolute friggin' bar burners over here in the tag division. Speaking of. Now, chat, we got 2 tag matches here. I only want to watch one of them because I know how these tag matches are. We have Druid and Shelton Benjamin taking on the new Nexus in Justin Gabriel and Ayla Stotunga, or the Reishi Climax, which is Ricky Steamboat and the Sexay Yete taking on Zach Henry and Mark Henry right here. Which one do we want, chat? Druid and Shelton versus the new Nexus. Honestly, this fucking graphic is crazy to me. Surely we gotta watch the Sexay Yete match. Oh, no, you're right. But like, I could see a case being made for this one. It's just so insane. Well, first, let's see this one here. Alright, Drew McIntyre and Kane are now enemies. Good. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we gotta watch the Sexay Yete and Ricky Steamboat. Hold on just a second, though, because I remember this was a thing in the last time that we had a match with the Sexay Yete and Ricky Steamboat. Yes, I would like to copy the ring attire for his entrance attire. Thank you. There we go. Okay, now when the Sexay Yete comes out, he won't look like a default skin. Dude, I'm already having a lot of fun here tonight, honestly. I feel bad for Yoshitatsu, though. He should have won that shit. I want Yoshitatsu versus Chavo Guerrero, chat. But I'm not going to manipulate things to make that happen. It will happen if it happens, but if it doesn't, then it doesn't happen. So. Anyways. Druid and Shelton Benjamin versus the new Nexus. And the new Nexus lose. Druid and Ayla Stotunga are now enemies. And apparently we don't have a team there anymore. The new nude Nexus. They're the nudist Nexus. Alright, here we go. Ricky Steamboat and the Sexay Yete taking on Zach Henry and Mark Henry. Some guys spend years chasing the WWE Championship. I won it after 2 nude sections with the new Nexus. Alright, cool. I don't even remember, like, what entrance these guys have. I'm pretty sure they just had the generic, like, face entrance. The cock shocker. Here they come.
The following tag team contest.
The Reishi Climax versus in matching gear Zach Henry and Mark Henry.
and the world's strongest man, Mark Henry.
Versus the Henrys? Dude, yeah, you're so right. My cat would align with these guys. Oh my god, they have such good chemistry, dude. The Henry brothers have such good chemistry with each other.
So our first competitors are in the ring and ready to start things off in this.
Hi, Ollie. You've heard of those damn Dudleys. Now get ready for those horrid Henrys.
How happy is the Dragon to be out here tonight? Oh, look out!
I mean, we saw how they cheated their way into winning the match against Yoshitatsu. That shit was awful. They are pretty horrid when you think about it. When you think about it, they are pretty fucking horrid.
Dragon thinking about as the match gets underway. Yeah, well, we all know about his.
Remember when WWE Superstars main event actually mattered? Now they are just glorified dark matches filmed for television. You need shows like that, though, I feel like. I kind of feel like you need shows for that to, get, younger guys more comfortable with, performing on a TV level.
And he lights up his chest with a chop.
That being said, I do enjoy that, I do enjoy that main event is just kind of like, just kind of where Rusev's career has gone to die, is it's a clip show with only the bigger issue with main event is it's a clip show with only a single match. Exactly.
Superstars are so unpredictable.
At least stuff like AEW Dark had mostly matches. Even if they involved, guys that weren't, that weren't exactly, the most prominent on the card.
Zack attack. He desperately.
I'm sorry, but the Zack attack is worse than the overdrive. Like, it's not even close, dude. It's even worse than the overdrive.
And the ref starts the count.
It's actually impressive how fucking bad it is. It is no wonder why he went to the Rough Rider later on.
That arm is just getting dissected.
Literally, it's like a reverse overdrive.
And will this be it? And he's in there trying to get something going for his partner.
No! Come on, man.
The referee getting involved now. And he finally gets out of there.
I really wanted the fucking Dragon to win that one. Oh, nice from Ricky.
He's got him up.
Jeez, dude. Dude, Zack Henry's chest is absolutely beat red.
And the count's broken, keeping the match alive.
Sexayete, you need to be faster than that.
There's the count. And he finally
But no, the bigger issue is, yes, like, they don't even take advantage of the fact that it is sort of a show that people don't really care about.
Oh, what an elbow drop.
But, that's supposed to be like a B show. Like, they don't even take advantage of that fact. It's literally just like a recap show with a single match then.
That landed like a ton of bricks.
By the way, you gotta feel for Ray Fenix, dude.
His partner doesn't have much left, and he might need to do this one on his own.
You gotta feel for him on some level. I'm not one of those guys that are just gonna sit here and be like, oh, well, like on his way out of, AEW, he was shit talking like, oh, well, it's like a prison over there. Like, I'm not gonna, like, shit on him for that. Because, yeah, like, Fenix's contract basically got froze while he was on the shelf with injury, I think that's incredibly shitty.
Not the position you want to be in.
But what I think is probably just as shit is being hired by the same promotion as your brother again, and your brother getting more, just more things than you. It's literally like a Jeff and Matt Hardy situation,
The team is working
Except I don't even think like Matt Hardy was like as like underutilized as Ray Fenix is in WWE, you know?
The WWE Universe has to be on the edge of its seat for this one. The Force.
Like, I love Penta, but like Ray Fenix is literally just like having maybe one match on main event if he's lucky. And being forced to care about a gingerbread man costume passing away, you know?
Resorts to such brutal tactics. He's already the world's strongest man. What has he got left to prove?
Like, listen, man, if I was asked to take a 50% pay cut, and the very first thing that people, and the very first thing that, you know, the production people asked of me is to appear in, like, a faux funeral for a fucking costume with AI assets, I would quit on the spot, you know? Because clearly there is nothing here for me. Suddenly the gobbledygooker doesn't look so stupid. Oh no, it still looks the same amount of stupid. And if it doesn't look the same amount of stupid, it's like 5% less stupid now, you know? Because at the very least, the gobbledygooker didn't use like AI slop in its stuff. It was literally just a costume that came out of an egg, and then that was really it, you know.
What an incredible main event this has been.
Like truly, we live in the stupidest timeline, chat.
Striking with the axe handle.
Culturally, we are in our slop era.
Henry controlling the arm.
Remember, like with Star Wars, new bad thing does not make the old bad thing good. It's very true. Billion-dollar company, and they're using AI slop.
You can rearrange your facial features, that's for sure.
I mean, that's literally every single one of them, though, you know? Damn, that Yeti sure is sexy. I know, right? He's almost as hot as Hyo.
And again, going back to those injured.
Almost.
Things aren't looking good for the monster.
Only thing that would make him more sexy is if he brought out like an abominable snowman plush.
Look out! Look out! Look out! Well, if you ask me, a victory is message enough. But Mark Henry seems to.
The gobbledygooker wasn't part of Mr. Perfect and Bret Hart fighting for the IC title at WrestleMania, so there's that for him. I know. Literally, like.
Oh, look at this.
I mean, I know I said what I said, but again, I feel like if it is less stupid, it's like 5%.
My dad works for the
now.
CIA and he'll get your entire neighborhood addicted to crack.
I'm sorry?
And he finally gets out of the ring.
I'm sorry, what was... Dude, homunculus. What are you talking about, man? That was like super out of pocket.
Phenomenal condition. It looks like he hasn't had carbs since 2006.
The referee getting involved now.
That feels like incredibly out of nowhere.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
That's the most egregious part of the gingerbread man thing for me. Trick and Sammy don't need that shit, man. A lot, dude, a lot of, like, you know, the guys in WWE don't need this, like, you know, miscellaneous bullshit just, like, holding things down for them. Similarly, Randy and Cody didn't need, you know, Pat McAfee.
It's Mark Henry.
And yet, we still got Pat McAfee.
Anyway, that was unreal.
And there's the belly-to-belly suplex.
I'm sorry, man.
Henry.
But one promotion, actually multiple promotions, have Toxic Yowie.
And there's the count.
One of them doesn't, you know?
And he finally gets out of the ring.
Like, there are levels to this, you know? There are levels to this. If you're not brave enough to do the Yowie, then, as far as I'm concerned, you're not wrestling.
Now he's back out on the apron.
As far as I'm concerned, you're not doing it right, you know? Oh, no, dude! Well, the guys on top said they're happy with the celebrity stuff. Well, I'm not happy with them, So I will just pretend that WWE doesn't exist. For the most part. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Wrestling gets a lot more fun when you just pretend that the Fed doesn't exist, I feel like.
The referee getting involved now.
Which is not to say that, you know, every other promotion is perfect. But you're bound to get something that's a lot more like having fun with the medium rather than being ashamed of the medium itself.
Hello, Mario.
You know? Last time WWE had Toxic Alley was when Bray Wyatt was feuding with Randy Orton. Especially because WWE has wrestlers I actually like in it, too. Every promotion has wrestlers I like, yeah. Last time WWE had Toxic Alley was when Bray Wyatt was feuding with Randy Orton. I mean, that whole feud had, you know, one guy burning down another's house. I don't think you can get more toxic than that. So
That was a serious shot there.
I would have gotten rid of every celeb's involvement and then told Speed to stay like that Mr. Krabs scene in SpongeBob. Except you stay. Hook, hook. It's how Swerve and Hangman fell in love. Dude, exactly.
And he finally gets out of the ring.
Call that feud they had, wow, Yowie Wowie. WWE is the only one that actively insults your intelligence.
Wearing down the arm. Steamboat will hope to feed off the WWE Universe.
All of this is to say that you should watch the Best of Super Junior, specifically Yo versus Yo. Is as stupid as a gingerbread man funeral on a wrestling show? Because I feel like a big difference is that one is done earnestly and by people that actually want to do it. You know? What? Okay, cool. And then he immediately tags that to the Yeti again. And then the Yeti tags out to I'm sorry. What is happening here? Does everyone in this match have fucking CTE now?
Hello, Mario.
I'm seeing Randy, dude, I'm seeing Ricky hold his head. That is not a good sign. Also, hi, Ashley. Hi there, Parker. How you doing?
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. So many wonderful memories over the years.
There's the pin. Can his opponent kick out?
Two.
No way! Ricky Steamboat picks up the win. Now he should go to the back and probably get himself checked out. Because I wasn't a fan of that finish, dude. Anyways, is there anything else that's gonna happen here?
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and the Monster.
Doing good, heading to work. Well, I'm glad that you could stop by and say hello before you went to work, brother. Thank you. Very low quality PNG of the dragon right there. Wait, hold on, let me mute this. There you go. Watch the Best of Super Junior. Listen to Jam and play the new Lego Batman game. Dude, I would like to play the new Lego Batman game. That shit looks fun as fuck. Strong alliance. Ricky Steamboat and the Six Ayetes friendship has gone even stronger. Incredible. All right, well, where are they in the... Oh my god, they're higher than Zach Henry and Mark Henry. Okay. All right, let's see who else is here. I'll be honest, chat, the only one I want to watch is this one. I just kind of want to watch the women's match, if that's all right. I mean, we already saw Christian and Cody Rhodes in this exact match last week. I don't really want to watch it again. So, Smack X Down presents the only match I want to see, a women's triple threat match between Beth, Layla, and Gail Kim. Which sounds fucking awesome, honestly. Especially for this era. That sounds like... I mean, that sounds good if they give it time. Anyways, Christian Cody. Christian wins again against Cody Rhodes. Let's see here. And Christian is rising up the ranks, potentially getting an IC title shot here soon. All right. All right, Beth Phoenix, Layla, and Gail Kim. Honestly, this sounds pretty good. So here we go. Let's check it. On any water. Beth Phoenix with the belt. You love to see it.
Introducing first, from Buffalo, New York, she is the WWE Women's Champion.
I miss Universe so much because of Cause. I mean, you could still use Cause in, you know, modern Universe modes. It's just the Universe modes themselves are kind of poopy, you know? The Universe modes themselves are kind of poopy. But yeah, like the new Lego Batman game looks cool as hell. I would love to play that. Way cool.
And her opponent, from Miami, Florida, Layla.
I think this is like my first time seeing Layla in this game. It doesn't really help that she was, you know, a DLC character.
Tampa, Florida, Gail Kim.
All right, we got 2 Floridians here and a New Yorker in this. I don't know why I keep thinking that Beth Phoenix is from like Arizona. Probably because her last name is the capital of Arizona. So, oops. So would I become what?
Here we go. And even though it's every man for himself in a triple threat match, you have to be prepared to face a double team assault.
So would I, because Lego Batman means a lot to me. The original Lego Batman was the first console game I ever played as a kid, and I loved it. All I could do was put Batman and Robin in the water and go for a swim, LOL. Dude, I love like when like as a child you would get the most value out of games by doing the most mundane stuff. You know? That right there is really what it's about, I feel like.
Layla. And she gets slammed to the floor. That's in trouble.
Just like getting like the most fun out of the most simple mechanics, you know? It's like a form of like childlike whimsicality that, you know,
What a kick that was. Layla.
I feel like you really gotta try to like keep intact, otherwise you're just going to be like miserable a little bit. So, random question to ask you, do you ever collect custom belts? I have a couple of replica belts at my place. I have the
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
WCW, and I also have, you know, the undisputed WWE Championship as well. But aside from that, I don't really have any other belts. Mostly because if you want to get belts from the WWE shop, they cost like $500 a pop. So
Wow, what a drop kick.
I have $1 billion idea. Lego Avatar: The Last Airbender game. I mean, that would probably be the first, like, decent Avatar game. So. Although the identity of Lego games is a little weird now because, like, they're not, like, the cookie cutter stuff, you know, that they used to be. They're not the cookie cutter stuff they used to be anymore.
Oh, what's gonna happen here?
So, like, what would that even look like? Plus, you know... Plus, like, Avatar: The Last Plus, you know, Avatar: The Last Airbender is already, like, you know, a family-friendly series.
Hello, Mario.
So, like, what all would it gain from that? Anyways, we need to go to an ad. Sorry. Yo. Hey, yo. Siren, how are you doing tonight? I need to take a piss, y'all. I'll be back in a minute. Dan, you think about what Being Lego would add? Because, frankly, I don't see it. Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga is the biggest disappointment since my son. Oh, what, the one you don't have? Hold on, we need to run the ad. It should come up here any minute now. Bezos,
It's break time.
Thank you.
Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Are your feet so rough that you need a sander? Is your skin jagged enough to pop a balloon? Do your heels tear through pantyhose on a daily basis? Now, from earth to skin, there's doctor-recommended Heel Stick, Cracked Heel Renewal.
Within 24 to 48 hours, I could see an improvement in my skin when I used Heel Stick.
I'm in such shock after using the Heel Stick. My feet feel so much softer. They feel like baby's feet.
This easy-to-use, soothing balm helps to protect skin against dry, cracked heels.
Before I had the Heel Stick, it looked like I had rhino skin. I had scales and cracks, and afterwards, I had really, really silky skin.
Just glide it like a roll-on with no mess and no fuss.
Lotions and creams sit on the top of the skin. That's not where the problem is. If you have real chronic dry cracked feet, the problem is deeper. The Heel Stick actually gets to the cause of the problem.
The Heel Stick contains antibacterial and antifungal ingredients to treat not only the heel, but the entire foot.
Use it to soothe cracked feet, to soften rough knees, elbows. It even works great on your cuticles.
My feet felt a lot softer. They didn't seem to crack or bother me.
Anytime I get any type of dry skin, I use the Heel Stick, and it's like it magically disappears.
So stop hiding horrendous heels and start loving your feet again with the Heel Stick Cracked Heel Renewal. Call now and get the 1-ounce Heel Stick for just $10.
The search is over. I've finally found the solution to my dry feet and getting rid of that pain.
If you order right now, we'll supersize you to our large 2.5-ounce Heel Stick. But we're still not done. If you call right now, we'll double the value. Just pay separate shipping and handling. That's right, you'll get 2 Heel Sticks, 1 to keep and 1 to share. A $40 value, all for just $10. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-671-8525 to order Cracked Heel Stick. Call now and get a $20 bonus second heel stick just for ordering. So call 1-800-671-8525. Call now.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. I don't know. I feel like that some of the charm from, like, you know, Lego games comes from taking stuff that is not necessarily, they're not always, you know, like, kid-friendly, and kind of, you know, like, having fun with the idea of that. Something like Avatar was made for Nickelodeon. So, like, I feel like with that in mind, the inherent charm of, like, it being a Lego game kind of loses itself a little bit. It kind of gets lost in translation a little bit, you know?
The kick connects.
But yeah, hi, Siren. How you doing tonight, bud? It's cheaper to win a title than is to buy one off of WWE shop. I know that there's, like, replicas on, like, eBay and stuff. Specifically from, like, you know, promotions that don't sell replica titles. Like, I know New Japan titles, at least replica titles,
superstars' punches.
Or at least like replica New Japan titles are also on, you know, eBay and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure those are made by like third parties or like, you know, by hobbyists rather than, you know, actually
How extreme will this match become?
made by New Japan itself. Oh, hold on. I need to come back up. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. That being said, you could also be like AEW, who are charging like $800 for a replica of the AEW Men's World title, which is just obscene. So yeah, I'm not really a fan of that. But really, there's only like one championship or like one type of championship that I want, and it would have to be like two of them, right? Like I would have to get two of the same belt, and that is, I want a version of some kind of tag team championship, you know?
Layla has the arm.
This could be
so that way I can have one and I can also give one to my best friend. So
Beth Phoenix reminding the WWE Universe.
Get a custom LBC title. I've been thinking about making like a custom like Long Boy or like, you know, like Long Boy Club title. But like I feel like I would want to get someone way more talented at that than me to make it, you know? Like I want to get like the guy that made the WGGP championship. Because the guy that made that cooked massively on that belt, you know? And I think it would be cool to, you know, get something like that.
And all of it can inflict a lot of... It's the Fisherman's Buster!
Maybe we have a... Maybe we have an LBC title match at 1K Mania when we get there. By the way, if you're not followed, please follow. Or share this with people who you think would like the stream, because I would like to get to 1,000 followers this year, and if we do, then we will host 1K Mania, which will be a big old community celebration of wrestling, games, and other hyperfixations. It's going to be kind of like, you know, a big old 2K or Wrestling Empire Sim show, where people, or rather people in the server can vote on dream matches, and we will make them in Wrestling Empire. Apparently it's cheaper to get a custom than a replica. That's honestly crazy, because at least with a replica, you're like going off of something. With a custom, you're making something that hasn't been made before. So, get Henry a replica title. How is the little round boy?
Here's your winner, Beth Phoenix, the Glamazon.
That's a very clunky winning. That's a very clunky winning announcement. Not even like the Amazon, rather the Glamazon Beth Phoenix. It's Beth Phoenix, the Glamazon. Like Beth Phoenix is like a surname, you know? Or it's like a pseudonym for her real name, which is the Glamazon. That's what she puts down in her job interview. Hello. First name, Beth Phoenix. Last name, the Glamazon. If I had a replica title, I need the physique to go with it. Complete the cosplay. I am admittedly a little bit too... I don't want to say fat because I'm not fat. Oh god, chat. Hold on. I can't believe it, chat. After 3 weeks removed from a Night of Champions, we have once again
Stone Cold Steve Austin
on Raw right here taking on Wade Barrett. Honestly, this right here is the only one I want to see. That and or Shawn Michaels and Zack Ryder, you know? Dude, Edge and Cena main event for the third... Dude, this right here is dire. Wow. Okay, yeah. I really only want to watch Stone Cold and Wade Barrett. I'm going to be honest with you. If I ever win a TCG event, I'll begin myself a title. Oh yeah, a hardcore title on the line, by the way. Because Wade Barrett's coming into this with the hardcore championship. I think he won it off of Triple H after doing a run-in on him, so.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Approaching the ring from Victoria, Texas, weighing 252 pounds, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What was the name of the game at the wrestling game where you literally cut someone's throat with scissors? Oh yeah, that was when I was using ChatGPT. That was like 3 or 4 years ago. I would not do that. I would not use ChatGPT again today. Now that I sort of know, what it does, just in the background. So, that was like a wrestling. That was not a wrestling game. That was me putting prompts in ChatGPT because I wanted to see if ChatGPT could book a wrestling show, and it did. It was the most ADHD thing of all time, and I will not do it again. Here he comes.
The hardcore champion, Wade Barrett.
Oh man, dude, I should have fucking I should have made this like a gimmick match. Big ol' fucking YouTube sound library music. Come on.
Austin squeezing down on the head.
Dude. Wade Barrett, you cannot let
Stone Cold Steve Austin
beat you here tonight. You can't let him do it, dude.
What?
Steve, what do they have to count to?
3, 3, 3, 3. Do you understand me?
Oh, hell yeah.
How you doing?
Well, I'm doing pretty okay, Steve.
Are you having a good day?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm over here. I'm watching you. Hopefully not, beat Wade
You're gonna
Barrett.
ask me some questions.
Do you understand?
Do you understand 3?
Do you understand 3? Justice for oh my god, dude. You know what? Yeah. Steve Austin is fresh off of burying Primo. Hey, Steve.
You're gonna ask me some questions.
Yeah, I am actually gonna ask you a couple questions.
No, that's not what I'm here to do.
Well, listen, I don't care what you're here to do,
I
brother.
got 3 things I want to talk about. 3.
Well, listen, you're just gonna have to save those things because I need to ask you about
What?
Primo. I said I need to ask you about Primo.
What?
Primo. I need to ask you about Primo, brother. Can you, do you have anything to say for yourself when it comes to how badly you beat Primo last month at Night of Champions?
He almost had his career ended.
Yeah. And what do you have to say about that?
He almost had to quit.
Yeah. You know what? And you're lucky that he didn't quit either.
He almost had to quit.
You're fucking lucky he didn't quit either, because have you seen Raw's roster? It's pretty fucking boring, brother. Primo at least makes everything. He fucking at least makes things look fun.
I said that man's name was Michael.
No. His name is Primo.
I said that man's name was Triple H. I
No.
said that man's name was...
No, listen. The man's name is...
Stone Cold Steve Austin. I said face to face. Look that man right in the eye, face to face.
He's thinking of Michael Tarver. Easy mistake.
Michael.
You know what? I'm pretty sure that he agrees with you, Siren.
Austin controlling the
Okay, well, Okay, well now that you've buried Prima, now that you've buried Michael, what is it that you want to talk about?
What?
Oh my God! There he is! There he is! Dude, it's
Michael.
It's Michael! Holy shit! Holy shit!
What? Tonight. Three. He almost had to quit.
Okay, but you need to pit him first, dude.
Now go ahead. No, that's not what I'm here to do.
Austin's so talented doing an interview and wrestling at the same time. Dude, the rivalry between Steve Austin and Primo is legendary here, dude.
To look at man right in the eye, face to face. To look at man, I said face to face. I said face to face. I said face to face. Talk about the man I saw backstage tonight. Michael. Tonight. Three.
Ah, new hardcore champion.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Austin's so talented doing an interview and wrestling at the same time.
Do you understand me?
Hey, do you understand him, chat? Because frankly, I do understand them. I'm trying my best to, but I think I got it. Okay, well, there we go. Stone Cold Steve Austin picks up another win and a title here. He is the new hardcore champion. Okay, the hardcore title Steve Austin would have been sweet as hell in 99. Okay, but is it going to be sweet as hell in 2011? That right there is the question that we need to ask ourselves now. I feel like the answer is probably no, but we could try our best. I'm gonna be honest, chat, compared to Superstars and even SmackDown, Raw's falling behind a little bit. All right, Stone Cold.
Stone Cold Steve Austin
is your new hardcore champion. Yes, I want to overwrite it.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
All right, cool. On to Superstars. Justin Gabriel and Druid. Drew McIntyre and Michelle McCool taking on Kofi Kingston and Eve Torres. And finally, Kate. Oh no. Chat, I kind of want to watch this one, I'm not gonna lie. This match and this match I want to watch. I want to watch Druid and Justin Gabriel, along with Kane versus Jack Swagger and Dolph Ziggler. But the upside, no Swagger on Raw. Yeah, but we got Swagger on Superstars now. How's that better? If anything, it's worse because now he's tainting up the A show with his fucking stink. If anything, it's even worse now. Alright, chat. Well, we got 2 matches on Superstars we're gonna watch here. Welcome to the A show, featuring Justin Gabriel, A-List Otunga, and Druid. Oh, hell yeah! We got Pink Druid here, brother. Oh, nice. Druid in his streetwear fit. Oh, no. Dude, Justin Gabriel's gonna friggin' run in on him again. I'll tell you what, chat. The feud between Druid and the new Nexus is going incredibly well. It is a little weird that Wade Barrett's just kind of doing his own thing, but no. A-List Otunga and Justin Gabriel are, they seem to be coexisting fine enough. Fuck you, EA. We can have a pink fit if we want. Oh no, dude! Hot start from Justin. You son of a bitch, Justin Gabriel. At the very least, you had the decency to not attack from behind.
But tremendous damage has already been dealt.
Yeah, he's gonna have to figure a way to make up some ground.
No way. Dude, is freaking Druid just gonna get one punch off? I'm pretty sure he's only gonna get a single punch.
Huge move by Justin Gabriel.
There we go. Yeah, that's probably it right there. Wait, no way. No way. No way. Kick out. 2, 3. Dude, what was that? Did you just forget the spot? Justin Gabriel shoot pinning the Druid after he started getting up after his finisher. Forced to friggin' go to the finish, or forced to like keep his like shoulders down on the mat because Druid just kept getting up.
Here's your winner, Justin Gabriel.
Well, that fucking sucked, didn't it? That's like 2 weeks in a row. That's like 2 weeks in a row that like Justin Gabriel and or A-List Otunga just completely squashed the Druid. Honestly, not a very good look for him. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Okay, now, the summer will be slammed in 2 weeks' time. It sure will, dude. But first, we got Drew McIntyre winning against Kofi Kingston again. But the Druid is A-List. No. That right there is Otunga, dude. Or are you saying that he's also A-List? Oh, okay. We'll do purple and black. Because you would also be right about that. The Druid is A-List. That's why he's on the A show. Along with Jack Swagger. As he teams up with phenomenally large Dolph Ziggler to take... Dude, what? Dude, why the fuck is Dolph Ziggler so huge in this? I'm like stunned at the size of this man. Absolute unit. Alright, cool. I would be surprised if Jack Swagger is selling sneakers these days. I mean, Jack Swagger is on Power Slap, which is just right up his alley, I feel like. A Neanderthal show for Neanderthal men.
Approaching the ring, weighing 320
What's that?
pounds, Kane.
Okay, chat, if you want to explain it better than me, you can. But essentially, two men go face to face with each other. And they have a table separating each other, like a fucking arm wrestling table of sorts, right? But instead of arm wrestling, they take turns just slapping each other in the face as hard as they can until one of them goes down. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Whoops cooked. Again, he cooked, I won't lie, dude. His reign of terror continues. But no, Power Slap is basically like...
And his partner from Hollywood, California.
Two guys go face to face with a little table between each other.
Ziggler.
And they just, like, take turns slapping each other until one of them goes down. Power Slap is pretending CTE doesn't exist. Or pretending you're a tough enough guy to you know, withstand it.
There's the bell, and I must say, I don't like...
But it is the... It's what the modern consensus believes wrestling to be. You know? What are the chances of the long boy participating in Power Slap? None. There's none.
But he's certainly not short of confidence. And he lights up his chest with a chop. He's not too keen on
There is a 0% chance of us. It's a less than 0% chance of us participating in Power Slap.
Kane sees Evil King.
Not unless I can, like, have, you know, assurance that whatever concussion damage I sustain is going to be covered by, you know, Dana White. Which, like, I have no confidence that it will be covered by Dana White, because Dana White's a complete hack. But
we know he wants the Intercontinental Championship, and a win here should give him that opportunity. Because of all that, you know the champ's going to be watching this one.
he's the picture of toxic masculinity despite having a woman's name. Power Slap, what is this CTE you speak of? It sounds like a woke leftist myth.
Swagger's in trouble.
What is CTE? I'm pretty sure that was I'm pretty sure that was a racing game on the PS1. And not only that, I don't think it was CTE. That was CTR, brother. And it had a little bandicoot in it, I think. Maybe a polar bear as well. Big ass fucking Tasmanian tiger too. Even though his name was Tiny, which is funny because he's ginormous.
Got to be intimidating. Painfully intimidating. He's still not through. Ooh,
No, I'm pretty sure it's chronic traumatic wrestling. No, I'm pretty sure it's chronic traumatic racing, brother. Otherwise known as Twisted Metal.
Vintage Kane.
No way, dude, is Kane gonna get this? The Undertaker! Dude, and not just any Taker, but it's Biker Taker. Hold on.
He's going for the pin. One. He breaks up.
Yeah, I was about to say, Kane, you're not gonna get the win unless you take out Ziggler, you know?
That's a shot that could drop a Grizzly, and Swagger blocks it.
But no, that probably would have been it if, like, if Ziggler didn't come in. No, selling sneakers would probably be better than participating in Power Slap. At the very least, you can have those yellow sneakers that Yo had. I mean, those were literally like banana shoes, you know? I want banana shoes. Chad, how many of you want banana shoes? What the?
Look in the ring.
What? Okay, cool. You know what? I'm confused too, Ziggler. Dude, like, dude, Kane is gonna go to the back, and he's gonna go up to, like, fucking Undertaker, being like, my brother, why did you attack me out there? And he's just gonna be like, dude, I attacked you? That's awesome. But no, I didn't do it, brother.
What a fierce kick.
And Kane's gonna be there like, don't you lie to me with your bandana and your $30 haircut.
My God, what have we just seen?
Or else I'll bury you in the cement with our dumbass dad.
But it's gotta be academic here. And there's a tag. Oh, sent flying.
What? Okay, cool. Cool bees, brother.
Oh, just driving his hands into the throat.
Did you hear me, my brother? I'll bury you in the cement with my dumbass dad.
And did you hear the impact on that kick? Oh, it doesn't get more punishing than that.
The cement is cold, Undertaker.
Swagger's extremely arrogant, but there's no doubt that the All-American can back up everything he says. He set an NCAA record with 30 pins in one season. Ooh.
I am very concerned that Kane does not have the smarts to recognize the situation he's in. Like, he's wrestling this handicap match like it's a one-on-one match, you know? Which kind of has me hoping that Ziggler and Swagger win. But also, if Swagger wins, that means that he'll be once again back in the running for an IC title shot, which I do not want. I would like for that to not be the case. There's no way I'm gonna let him fucking weasel out of, like, defending the World Heavyweight Championship again.
Controlling the head. This might be big. He plants him down with authority. Kane.
What? Okay. What? Hold on.
Look at the power.
Oh, damn. Okay. All right.
Here we go again.
Kane, please be smart about this.
Vintage Kane.
That right there is literally the best shot you have, dude. You gotta be smart about this.
God. He catches him with the X handle.
Because if Kane doesn't take out both of these guys before going for a pin, it's literally just gonna be like a game of how much punishment can the heels take before they just tire Kane out.
One, two. Oh,
see, like that right there. It's just gonna be that over and over again. Oh, no way! Famous, sir.
And there's the submission. This might be it. Ooh.
Ziggler. Wait, what? That's it? Okay, cool, I guess. But no, if Swagger were to sell anything, it would probably be like purple hats or something. Because that's like the most noble thing he did in AEW. And it wasn't even that notable.
Dolph Ziggler and the All-American Jack Swagger.
I love a good tag team match, and this one was
That was, dude, that was a handicap match. That was barely a tag team match, dude. Come on now, Jerry. Be a little better than that. The Undertaker's turned his back on the WWE fans. Okay, well, how about, like, normal Undertaker? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I put, like, Biker Taker on Raw and Deadman Taker on SmackDown. All right, we got a couple of... Wow! What a #1 contenders match, dude. Big old fucking meaty match right here. I want to kind of watch this one right here. But I know it's probably going to take a while. And we're also kind of approaching the 3-hour mark. So, we'll kind of skip through this a little bit. Kane versus JTG versus Dolph Ziggler versus Kofi Kingston. And Dolph Ziggler wins. And Drew McIntyre versus Shad. Shad wins. Hopefully that puts him back in the running for an IC title shot. Because I would really, really like for him and Kane to have a match at SummerSlam. Oh, he's back, dude. He's back in the #1 contender spot. All right, Michelle McCool wins the #1 contendership for the women's title. And World Heavyweight title #1 contendership. The winner is Sheamus. So now he gets a shot to be a double champion, does Sheamus. Dude. I think Sheamus can do it, honestly. I think Sheamus could fucking win. Please. Please, it would be so funny. It would be so good. What is this match? What? We have Chris Jericho and Justin Gabriel taking on R-Truth and John Morrison. We also have Natalya versus Maurice. MVP versus Zack Ryder versus The Miz. And in the main event, it's Batista versus John Cena. I kind of want to see Batista just lay out John Cena. I think that would be very good. Plus, I don't want to see this match right here. I feel like this is going to take forever. So, Chris Jericho and Justin Gabriel defeat the tag champions. Natalya and Maurice. And Natalya wins it. #1 contendership for the US title. It is MVP versus Zack Ryder versus The Miz. I kind of want to watch this one though, chat. I want to watch this. I want to watch this triple threat here. So we will do that. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually stoked as fuck. I want MVP to win something. Please, just one thing. I've lost hope in him. But, if he's in a #1 contenders match, that means that he at least has something to give here. Even if it's not for the WWE title. He's coming, chat.
The following triple threat match is scheduled for one fall. Introducing first, from Miami, Florida, weighing 259 pounds, Montel Vontavious Porter, otherwise known as MVP.
Otherwise known as MVP. It's your moment, Infinite. I should have fucking put it in there myself. Nope, not today. Okay, I'll do it for you then. Hold on.
Oh my God!
Not feeling like it? No, sir, not getting out of this chair. Have you also become disillusioned in MVP? Because I feel like the WWE universe is also disillusioned with him. Dude, Zack Ryder's like ring walk is crazy. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Oh my god, sickness.
That's me when I see this version of The Miz, bro. I feel you crazy. #1 contenders match. All right, #1 contenders match for the US title, I believe. Let's see who gets it.
And with these three competitors, it's anyone's ball game. And that punch lands hard from the ring.
But yeah, to be fair, that's my reaction when I see this version of The Miz, dude.
Remember, this is a no disqualification matchup.
He just becomes a sticky mess all over the place.
Zack Ryder.
And no one likes a sticky mess, chat.
Oh, what a painful kick.
Miz has the arm. Good teamwork there.
All right, well, hopefully this triple threat match is a little quick because we're coming up on the ad break here.
230-pounder from Cleveland, Ohio, possesses an incredibly aggressive and confident mindset.
No, honestly, I have a lot of faith in Sheamus at SummerSlam. Even though it's green as shit Sheamus, I do want to see him fucking, like, take the belt off of him. Maybe, if all goes well, Shad can win the IC title off of Sheamus, and then Sheamus can go on to win the World Heavyweight title. I think that'd be sick as fuck.
Amazingly gifted maneuver.
Speaking of titles, we've not really seen Chavo at all. Dude wins one title, and suddenly he just thinks he doesn't have to come into work.
Has the headlock. Oh, and this one's spilling out of the ring.
You hear how his leg connected?
Suddenly he just thinks that he could suddenly start taking dates in TNA.
Once again, this is a no disqualification match. Chairs, tables,
Chavo Reigns
is legal in this contest.
He's over there starring in those Spanish soap operas that Mark Jindrak is in. Together, they are the reflections of perfection.
How great is MVP?
I still can't believe that. I still can't believe that Mark Jindrak's post-ring afterlife
Big blow to the back of the skull.
was like as an actor, you know?
Huge impact delivery.
Specifically a Spanish actor.
Ryder wants to get extreme.
I didn't know he was so talented and so smart.
Look at this.
Maybe he is the reflection of perfection, chat. Although if you play the new Backyard Baseball game, the reflection of perfection is actually Keisha Phillips. Which, honestly, I agree with. I agree with that as well.
Go again, sent crashing to the outside.
Let me remind everybody, there are no countouts.
Keisha Phillips is the 5-tool player, so...
A shining example of teamwork as they hit the double team. That'll do some damage.
Also, chat, here's a bit of a question, right? Because I'm thinking about it. Because it's something I've been thinking about for like the past month. The Backyard Baseball social media accounts have their DMs open. Would it or would it not be weird for me to just come in there and see if I can get a fucking review code? Because listen, I played both of the Backyard Baseball games on this stream. I played 2001 to Absolute Death here.
That somebody's going to get hurt and get hurt badly in this one.
I feel like I have a small chance. Mayhaps I have a small chance.
Uh-oh. And the boot connects.
I mean, the worst they could do is say no, right?
He drops the elbow.
The very worst they could do is say no.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Knows what Zack Ryder is capable of.
Well, right now he's showing me a lot of what he's able to do.
I mean, the thing is, like, the Backyard Sports, like, team doesn't have, like, review... It doesn't have, like, you know, an email that you can, like, send requests to, you know? Or at least to my knowledge, they don't have an email that they can send requests to.
From the ring to the floor, you can see the arrogance exuding from Zack Ryder. Miz.
But it would be cool as hell, I feel like. Because, like, for one thing, I'm very excited for you know the new Backyard Baseball. And two, I've never really gotten a review copy for really anything before. And honestly, I can't think of a better first one.
On display by the Miz. MVP.
Great move there by MVP.
But no, like that's I mean, that's a genuine question. Would it be like considered in bad taste to like just go into their DMs and ask for a review code? I mean, like the worst they could do really is say no. You know? I could just go in, ask them, and then not press further.
Oh man, what if he's going for the pin? This could be it.
No, you're not going to get it through that, buddy. You got to make sure that they're both down.
Oh, he's on the move again.
Oh, nice German suplex from MVP. MVP's getting him up.
305, MVP's going to win.
There's a lot of things under the ring, and all of them hurt.
Hello, 2007,
that's just sick.
Michael Cole.
One, two.
Oh, no.
God, there's so much on the line here.
Timber, and he falls hard. This could be the difference maker.
Dude, that would have been so sick. It would have been a sick one to end off on. Just Zack Ryder misses him. Dude, especially with like Zack Ryder being the one that like Mark Henry left MVP for, that would have been awesome.
Oh, there's another hit.
Dude, let's go Ryder chance in a True Z Long Island story world.
Dear Lord, what a suplex.
I'm not so sure about that, brother.
Those battles the Miz went through with Cena King. Those were so important.
Hello, Mario.
Zack Ryder in that gear. I know, it's great, right?
Those matches with John Cena elevated the status of the Miz. Not just amongst the WWE fans, but in the locker room as well.
Hey, Dark Raven. How are you doing tonight?
To take another chance. He drops the elbow.
Dude, is Zack Ryder really gonna win this?
He's going back outside.
Uh-oh. Look where he's
I really want MVP to win this. If he does, and we have like a card that contains Sheamus and Swagger for the world title, and an MVP versus Chavo for the fucking US title. Damn, what a SummerSlam. What? Okay, I literally thought they said this is awful. I bet they're chanting Miz is awful.
Playing my games. Yeah, a little intimidation there.
Dude, I literally thought they were just shitting all over the match there for a second. That would have been insane. That would have been absolutely nuts if if like we were like this deep into the match and they were only just now saying it was shit.
What a sensational maneuver. And it might be time for him to reassess the situation. And he's out of the ring again.
Okay, MVP. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
No disqualification.
That's right. If he finds an object under that ring,
MVP. Oh, nice! Intercepted it.
Zack Ryder.
Oh no, is Zack Ryder gonna win this?
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
What? Okay. Dude. This AI is rock stupid, dude. Okay, we're gonna need to like go to picture-in-picture here. Enjoy the modern Raw accurate
it's break
commercial
time.
break here.
Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
Hello to the Pillow Pets.
Hello, Pillow Pets.
Pillow Pets are cute, huggable pets that pop open into
I found the
full-size
Freddy
pillows.
Fazbear one in
They're
real
soft,
life
they're
chat.
cuddly, and they make perfect pillows. Moms, your kids will absolutely love their Pillow Pets. You simply undo the hook and loop strap, and the pet pops
he was
open into a
concerningly
full-size pillow.
snuggly.
Just fold it up, reattach the hook and loop, and it's back to a cuddly animal. It's fun and easy. Playtime, sleep time, anytime. Kids of all ages love their Pillow Pets. There's a panda bear, a ladybug, a frog, a dog, a unicorn, a dolphin.
To be fair, the panda bear
bumblebee,
one is
a
very
monkey,
cute.
and so many more. Everyone needs a pillow. Why not have a fun pillow? Pillow pets are great for travel. Look, PJs fit right inside. Perfect for the overnight trips to Grandma's house. This is more than just another stuffed animal. This is a pillow that your child or grandchild
I
loves
want that
every
like
night.
dog
It's a
stuffy
pet
with
a
like the
purpose.
giant
Every
tongue.
pillow pad is made of ultra soft, high quality chenille fabric. The heavy duty stitching ensures years of enjoyment, and they're even machine washable. Pillow pets
Dude,
are
I'm looking
so
at this
soft and
playback.
huggable. All it takes
They're
is
so
one
dumb.
hug, and your child or grandchild will fall in love with their pillow pet. Over 1 million kids are already enjoying their very own pillow pets. Every pillow pet is so cute and unique. The hardest part is choosing which one to get. Go online to www.pillowpets.com to see the full selection of pillow pets. If you have a birthday, holiday, or special occasion coming up, pillow pets make the perfect $20 gift. Imagine
Also, that's
your child
Ryder
or
with a
grandchild's
Y,
face when
Dark
they get their
Raven.
Pillow pet.
Jeez.
Pillow pets come with a full 60-day money-back guarantee. So go online right now to www.pillowpets.com. That's www.pillowpets.com. Adopt your pillow pet today.
Dude, I'm looking at the picture-in-picture. Just do something, man. Anything. Give me something here. I'm locked in on this, I'm not gonna lie. I'm locked in on the fucking #1 contender match in the top left.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Oh shit, welcome back to Raw, where it seems like MVP might be trying to capitalize on the Miz's mistake.
Just raw, unmitigated power. There's another big right hand. Just twisting the neck in a sickening way.
Oh, but hold on. Not gonna lie, Chan, I'm gonna give this like 5 more minutes before we duck out of it.
Zack Ryder doesn't care.
Oh, on the back of the chair, too.
Going top rope once more.
Oh, okay, cool. What? Dude, roll up! 1, 2, 3! Zack Ryder wins it! Zack Ryder wins! Or Zack Henry wins the #1 contendership for the US title! That is in fact MVP, Dan. I wouldn't have known since it wasn't plaster on the back of his shirt. I thought it was Mr. Vice Pickle for a second. Pickles are notably blue, yes. Dude, MVP wasn't even involved in the finish. That's how far his stock has fallen.
Here's your winner, Zack Ryder.
But at the very least, he didn't exactly lose the match. He just wasn't the one that got pinned. So maybe the game will lie and they'll turn it into a triple threat match at the pay-per-view. All right, John Cena loses to Batista. Here, let's see here. Going forward, MVP versus Chavo Guerrero. I'm sorry, the Sexayete has a mystery partner against Mike Knox and Justin Gabriel. Dude, I gotta
Criminals are a
sacrifice him.
cowardly and superstitious lot. What I need is a disguise. Something to strike terror into them. I shall become here off the bat.
That is based, brother. Chavo Guerrero loses to MVP here just before the pay-per-view. And Molina wins the ever-present triple threat here against Maurice and Alicia Fox. And honestly, Chad, I just want to see who like the mystery partner is. I'm surprised that Justin Gabriel isn't teaming up with his good buddy A-List Otunga. Because like those guys seem like they've been thick as thieves here for like a minute. But yet they're not here. So. Oh god, it's Mike Knox.
The following tag team contest
Here he comes.
scheduled for one fall. Introducing first, weighing in at 293 pounds, Mike Knox.
As opposed to D-list Big Chungus. Oh, you mean the one from fucking Dispatch?
And his partner from Cape Town, South Africa, weighing 223 pounds, Justin Gabriel.
Why did Tony Schimmel record that in like a completely different room? All right, I am very curious to see who his special tag partner is.
I thought this might happen. There's no way he was going to find a partner.
Don't speak too soon, King.
What? Holy shit! Dude, it's
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Again! Dude, first Ricky Steamboat, and now Steve Austin. Holy shit, dude. The Sexayete. The Raging Climax. The Raging Climax has expanded.
I got three things I want to talk about. Do you understand me? What? Three.
I'm sorry, but this faction now has members. The Raging Climax has expanded. Dude, it is now some over here in the Raw locker room. You can get a heaven, yeah. No, we gotta, dude, we gotta, yeah.
He almost had to quit.
That's what Steve Austin was thinking before goddamn the Sexayete found him as a tag partner.
He almost had his career ended.
Okay, well by Mike Knox, I don't really think that's much to worry about. But hey, at the very least, you're here to be his tag partner. You're here to be the Sexayete's tag partner, and that's pretty based of you.
No, that's not what I'm here to do.
Well, then what are you here to do?
I got three things I want to talk about.
Okay, well, talk about them. Go ahead, bro. The floor is yours.
What? What? What?
Right on the spine. And he has to make a tag to his fresh partner. And he makes the tag.
Oh, there it is.
Long boy says.
What?
Gabriel got lit up on that one.
Look at man right in the eye, face to face.
Do something big here. His partner is in bad shape.
Oh hey, I'm getting some leaked audio from the backstage area of Sexayete accepting Steve Austin as a partner.
Look at man right in the eye, face to face. I said face to face. Talk about the man I saw backstage tonight, Michael.
So far. Austin.
Notably, he thinks that everyone's name in this game is Michael.
Michael. What? No, go ahead. No, go ahead. Stone Cold Steve Austin is entering himself in the Royal Rumble.
All right, we'll see if you can enter yourself in this tag
I
match.
said the Royal Rumble.
No. The Royal Rumble is still like 4 months away. It's like 5 months away, actually. You don't need to be thinking about that right now.
I said the Royal Rumble. I said the Royal Rumble. I said the Royal Rumble. Three.
You're entering in the Royal Rumble during SummerSlam? Well, you heard the public, Stone Cold. Is that really what you're doing?
What? You're gonna ask me some questions. You're gonna ask me a bunch of questions. Is that what you were gonna do?
Hello, Mario.
I'm the sexy Yeti cracker.
Punished and he's seen enough.
Dude, that's pretty fucking hot, honestly.
If this is your first time getting a look at Justin Gabriel, you're in for a treat. This young man puts it all on the line each and every night.
He desperately needs to make a tag here. Wow.
Is that why he's getting squashed by Stone Cold again?
The tag is made. And now he's back out.
I'll say what in the butt?
And he tags out. Hey! And a shot to the solar plexus. Austin into the headlock.
Also, hi Patootie, how you doing tonight?
He catches him with the axe handle.
I'm over here getting some of that sexy Yeti cooch.
What?
Some of that dragon's dongma.
What?
And I'm bringing the old Steve Weisers to the function.
What?
And that's all I gotta say about that. Dragon's dongma is crazy.
What an impact from that kick!
That's why they call him The Rock.
Hold on a minute.
They call me they call me The Rock because when I walk in the room, they're all rock solid.
What? And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
Ah, the giant swing from the sexy Yeti. Dude, ever since they banned the Visagra last year.
He's seen enough. Here he comes.
The monster! Relentless!
Oh, and he taps! Immediate. Almost immediate tap out. From old Justin Gabriel and the sexy Yeti. Wow. Okay, cool. Well, that begs the question. Is Steve Austin now in the Raging Climax?
Wow, what a match. What an effort by these combatants.
I need to see. I have to find out. Check 1, 2. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see here. The sexy Yeti and Stone Cold and for the tag team. No way. What? Hold on. Okay, good. What? Also, a tag team is gone. I'm pretty sure it was Marisa Alicia Fox. Dude, how fucking big is this polycule now, Stone Cold?
3.
It's 3 whole people. It's 3 whole people in this polycule now. You love to see Terry Funk versus Sheamus. I'm sorry. We have to watch this, dude. I really want to watch this right here. So you're going for the World Heavyweight Championship. Oh, you're not gonna get there until you get past me first. I'll change the rules of this match. It is now a one-on-one match for the Intercontinental Championship. It's not. What do you mean? What do you mean it's not? I made the rules over here and I'm starting it now.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall.
Approaching the ring.
So which one of them is artistically talented, Patootie? Which one is playing guitar? Propane salesman Terry Funk. You taste the meat, not the heat. Wow, Mr. Strickland, I love you. Oh, Sheamus! Sheamus with the hot start. Test the meat, sexy. I sell propane. Sheamus, stop. Can I interest you in propane and propane accessories? If not, I'm afraid you suck eggs just like
Yeah, he's gonna have to figure a way to.
that piece of shit, Dusty Rhodes. Dude, he has 3 finishers. It's over. It's fucking done, dude. Oh!
Devastating boot from Sheamus. He's got him covered.
1, 2, 3 from Sheamus. A dominant win going into his title match with Jack Swagger. But that also makes me wonder, is Sheamus going to defend the Intercontinental Championship as well? Like, is he gonna be like double booked here?
Celtic Warrior, Sheamus.
I mean, the unfortunate thing. Wait, book what? Which one do you want? Do you want me to double book Sheamus? All right, false count anywhere. Christian once again wins against Cody Rhodes in what's becoming a very one-sided feud, honestly. Hold on. All right, tag team match: Undertaker and Kane versus William Regal and Ezekiel Jackson. Dude, I don't think we've seen this team at all until right now. And William Regal picks up the win against the Undertaker. Okay. I see it. The Raging Climax are #1 contenders for the tag titles. Holy shit! No way! Dude, I need to see this new card. I need to see this card, dude. I need to see this card. Oh, Jack Swagger gets the win going into the show. Chavo Guerrero versus Sheamus versus Shad for the IC title. Ricky Steamboat Sexy versus John Morrison. Versus John Morrison and R-Truth. And we run this match back from last month. This shitty ass match here. And then in the main event, it is Sheamus and Jack Swagger. Oh my god. What a show here. Chat, I'm adding everyone in the server right now. Sheamus is about to sweep SummerSlam. This card is stacked to get in here. I'm about to at the whole server on this. Because there is no way I am letting you guys miss it unless you have something else going on. There's no way. Dude, what a fucking show here. Not only do we have Chavo and Zach, we have Sheamus and Shad. We also have Beth and Michelle. Tag team ladder match? WrestleMania. Tag team ladder match between Miz and, between the Raging Climax and John Morrison and R-Truth in a championship scramble. Inferno match between Sheamus and Jack Swagger. Wow. Chat, this right here could be the moment. I almost want Shad to win the belt off of Sheamus here, so that way he can free himself up for Swagger. But double belt Sheamus does sound pretty good. So while we're picturing that, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go stretch my legs here before tonight's main show here. I'll be back in a few minutes, chat.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes? Om nom nom, oh excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
All right, y'all. It's time for SummerSlam right here. Hold on. All right, we have 6 matches right here, y'all. It is Chavo versus Zack Ryder here to kick us off. I am honestly incredibly fucking excited for this. This kind of feels like a culmination of what we built so far, you know? This right here feels like a culmination of everything that we built so far. I'm happy to have you all here with me for it. All right. Ooh. I'll do it.
Contest is for the United States Championship.
But no, this right here feels like a culmination moment, honestly.
From El Paso, Texas, weighing 215 pounds, he is the United States Champion, Chavo Guerrero.
I honestly don't know why I haven't turned Chavo face yet. Probably because I would like for the game to do it itself. But this game is like allergic to booking anyone that, you know, that's a heel into a face. It just feels like it doesn't want to do it most of the time. What an opener here. Come on, Chavo, continue the story. Oh, radio. I'm surprised neither of these guys ran in on each other. I'm gonna be honest with you. This feels like it would have been ample opportunity to do it, considering it's a heel versus heel match. We kind of have a dichotomy here between the two mid-card title matches, though. Because this one is... No, Matt Cardona deserved a lot more in his return to the Fed. I feel like he got what he wanted, really. Which is being able to, you know, go back to, you know, something that's more stable than something like GCW. And also, you know, a position where he's able to work alongside his wife. I think that he got what he wanted. So,
Look at this! DDT!
That being said, in hindsight, I don't know if it was like, you know, a good idea to continue with the Matt Cardona name over there. Because, sorry, because when you look at, sorry, because like when you look at Matt Cardona outside of WWE and then you look at him in WWE, they're like two totally different people, you know? Like Matt Cardona is now being booked like Zack Ryder, you know? But the question is Zack Ryder going to be pushed like Zack Ryder here in this game? Because honestly, I was expecting him to not even sniff a title match in this whole series. But against all odds, here he is in a United States Championship match against Chavito Heat.
There's no doubt that our
the biggest success story on Raw this entire series. Went from absolute zero to a champion within 3 months' time.
SummerSlam extravaganza.
And now here he is. Mr. Opener Mash right here, Chavo Guerrero, which honestly, you know what? I never really liked the idea of curtain jerker as kind of like, you know, a bad term.
He's in big trouble.
I mean, I understand that, like, if you're just going out there to lose, then that's one thing. But, like, a promotion trusting you to, you know, open the show up with a bang, I think that's pretty, like, invaluable. So. Because the start is... I mean, the start is not as important as the end, but I would say it's, like, the second most important match. So.
That's evident by these superstars pulling out all of the stops to go home with it.
All right. All right, Chavito. Come on and give us something to be proud of. Oh, hello.
Well, this guy's so quick, he just needs to get that motor going and start.
Here, I'm gonna put on music here.
You know what my favorite part of SummerSlam is?
Since it's a mid-card title. Shut the fuck up, Jerry.
Watch out here.
They will be in their normal ring gear.
He may get the 3 count right here. 1, 2, 3.
And just like that, Chavo is still your U.S. champion. That extends his reign past the 2-month mark. You love to see it. Zach Pack member. Wait, what? Wait, the Zach Pack. The Zach lobbying group.
Here's your winner and still the United States champion, Chavo Guerrero.
Honestly, you love to see it.
King, if that happens Sunday, we're going to have a new champion.
I'm sorry, Michael. Michael. Hold on.
Michael.
It is Sunday, brother. Get with the program, please. Get with the program, please.
Michael.
I would really appreciate that. It's new generation. All right. Next, we have, honestly, the match I'm looking forward to the most out of everything here. And that is... And that is Sheamus and Shad Gaspard for the Intercontinental Championship. Honestly, I'm expecting Sheamus to come out of this one with the belt, but who knows? I might be wrong. I might just be wrong on that. I would like to be wrong, so...
The following contest is for the Intercontinental Championship. Introducing the...
All right, Shad got kind of fucked on his first crack at this belt at the Bash. But here at SummerSlam, there's no more excuses. It is a one-on-one match right here between two of the biggest guys on SmackDown. Shad Gaspard and Sheamus O'Shaughnessy. We got that fucking indie name going here, dude. No. I want more than this, dude. Come on. I want more than this, dude.
Wait a second.
Come on.
What a sneaky attack.
Chat, I'm about to restart this match. I'm not going to lie to you because I want more than that.
This is it. These two superstars will test.
If it turns out that Sheamus just wins with this, I will be resetting the match because I would like to have more than that.
We're on a night, ladies and gentlemen, where tens of thousands of fans will witness an incredible main event.
Oh, yeah. The World Heavyweight Sheamus. Oh, there's that devastating boot from Sheamus.
Yeah, I'm resetting that. I don't want that, dude. I want an actual match.
Here we go. The first
Oh, the lockup immediately. It's Clash of Titans right here at SummerSlam, y'all.
He catches him with the axe handle.
And now, Shad is back in his Timbs, so he should have the upper hand in this match, or at least something resembling an upper hand. But Sheamus is just so dominant, so we'll see if Shad can even like think to hang with him.
Well, he just came here to Smackdown, so you know he's going to want to impress our general manager with a big win here tonight.
I mean, Sheamus is already. I mean, listen, Jerry. Sheamus is already the Intercontinental Champion, so honestly, I feel like he's already impressed me quite a bit.
And that's a stiff kick.
Okay. Shad, nice.
Oh, ow!
Okay. Hold on. We need big ol' fucking fight music for this, I feel like.
The Intercontinental Championship is here in the WWE. The force.
Lays him out with a big right hook.
Oh.
Dude, I knew it. All he needed was the Timbs. All Shad needed was the Timbs, and then we were back in business, dude. The Timbs are like Yo's banana shoes. They give him his power.
The WWE Universe has waited for a long time.
An Inferno match in the main event, chat. Honestly, I feel like Sheamus can do it. But I feel like if he's gonna do it, he needs to lose the Intercontinental Championship. He needs to show everyone that he's arrived.
Oh, what a counter.
Oh, man.
Oh. Come on, Shad. Come on, Shad. You got this, brother.
The championship.
Nice. But he needs to pull out something bigger than just shoulder tackles, I feel like.
That'll do some damage.
Because the shoulder tackles just aren't doing it, dude. He's not staying down for nearly long enough for them to be of any use.
Remember, in championship matches,
My time? It is his time, brother. His best friend JTG is sitting in the back. Cheering on his big buddy.
Oh, wow.
I still can't believe that Shad was able to win enough matches to get to this point, chat. He should not be in this position, but he is. And I love it for him.
That was like a freight train.
And a jaw-jacking punch.
I'm gonna be honest, chat. I don't think that WWE would be brave enough to book this in this time period. Or if they did, they would make Shad look like a chump. But so far, this has been pretty back and forth. So, this right here is exactly what I was hoping for, honestly.
Thus far, this has been
Oh boy.
championship contest.
Oh! Big ol' Samoan drop from Shad Gaspard. Nice. He brings him down with a tackle. And Sheamus responds with one of his own. Continues working on the side of Shad. Potentially setting up for a big impact with the Irish Curse here.
And that one hurt his hand.
Controlling the head.
Dude, every blow in this match feels, dude, it feels like a hammer coming down. It's just big blow after big blow from these two.
On the ground echoes around the arena. This one's about heart and determination, the will to win, and leave here tonight
Nice.
as the Intercontinental Champion.
All right, Shad. All right, Shad's built up enough. Can he put him away? Spine Buster! And now, dude, I don't even think I've ever seen his finisher. Is it also a big boot? Yeah, it's a big boot. All right, stay down, Sheamus. New champion! New champion is Shad Gaspard. The boyhood dream has come true for Shad Gaspard on SummerSlam. Dude. So far, this show has gone exactly as I wanted it to. Honestly, after one reset, anyways. because I wanted something a bit more than what, the first, running gave me. I wanted more than that, chat, and I feel like you can agree with me. That's a better outcome, anyways. The new Intercontinental Champion. Shad Gaspard gets the win here tonight. His first bit of singles gold. His first bit of gold in WWE, and it is the prestigious Intercontinental Championship. Congratulations, Shad. Long may you reign. So I wonder where like Crime Time fits into all this then. Now that one of them is a singles champion. Dude, honestly, I'm so happy. I am so happy about that outcome. Dude, it's perfect now. JTG, is it JTG? Wait, what do you mean? Upset victory. Shad Gaspard defeated Sheamus in what was a David and Goliath victory. Shad Gaspard has won the Intercontinental Championship. Sweetness, dude. This right here is the fruits of victory. And so far... Actually, aside from the tag champs, Shad is like the only babyface champion here. I've got to go. The new Kamen Rider episode is about to start. Can you put me on the background? In fact, you could just tell me that you're leaving. You don't have to tell me why you're leaving in that sense. You don't have to tell me that you're leaving to go watch something else. Wait, hold on. Wait, why is British Bulldog not listed here? Wait, Shad is bigger than Sheamus. How is it David and Goliath? Well, because he's like lower in the overalls. His pants are lower. But yes, have a good night, Dan. All right, we have a rematch from Night of Champions. It is Michelle McCool looking to gain her women's title back against Beth Phoenix here at SummerSlam. JTG, is it JTG? Again, I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by, JTG not being JTG? Was he replaced by a Skinwalker?
The following contest is for the WWE Women's...
I mean, if you look at him now compared to where he was back then, you would probably say yes. Because JTG looks fucking jacked now.
She is the WWE Women's Champion.
JTG stands for just that good. He was replaced by his evil twin, LTG. I actually did not know that's what JTG stood for. But no, that says JTG is not JTG in this case. So if anything, Shad should start calling himself JTG. Or his anti-environmental twin, LNG. A big fan of greenhouse gases, that LNG.
Oh boy, look at the gold. This should be an outstanding match.
LTG stands for lazy testosterone gland.
This should be an awesome matchup between these two men.
LTG is for men below the national average, chat.
That hand had a lot of force behind it.
Okay, here we go.
I think I saw a tooth fly out.
Is Beth two men? Two men. Yes. Two men. There's more than one man below the national average, okay?
Well, she'd love to stop her opponent's momentum with a win here tonight.
That Phoenix. Right on the arm.
And LTG is one of them.
And there's the elbow. Ooh.
This hypothetical man that we've all made up together.
This one's about the women's championship, and nothing means more to these divas than that title.
They literally said two men in commentary. Oh, okay. Okay, well, you were paying more attention to it than me. Because, like, at this point, Michael Cole and JR just kind of go in one ear and out the other for me. Especially here, where, like, the less I can hear, you know,
Phoenix has such a physical
Jerry Lawler, the happier I am, you know? They literally said two men in commentary. Yeah, the commentary in this game is not necessarily the best. In fact, it can be quite bad at times. So, honestly, this match right here would probably smack. So, I really realized how much I hate the term divas. I feel like I'm right there with you after hearing Jerry Lawler say, this match is for the this match is for the women's championship, and you know these divas are going to give it everything they have to win it. You know? I'm just like, dude, you were like halfway there. You know? You were like halfway there, buddy.
Goes behind.
Like, it was literally in the same sentence and you just didn't say it because of brand synergy or something.
She's going for it.
Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, Jerry. Now here, eat the glam slam.
Okay, what would you expect Michelle to do here?
Right now, her speed's been neutralized. So
Well, I would think that she would... Well, I think that she should take the pin there. Ah! Ah, Beth Phoenix! Ah! Yeah, that was very much of the era. Wow. It was nothing, dude. That match was a whole lot of fucking nothing.
Here's your winner, and still the WWE Women's Champion, Beth Phoenix, the Glamazon.
So, this tile design, chat, what do we think of it? Ah! King, won't you sit down for God's sake? Ah, I can't sit down! Ah! I'm glad the Divas moniker is gone. My cock is ginormous. I can't sit down. Ah! The first cage match was held in 1937. Can someone fact check that? Actually, that probably is the case because that was like way before, you know, a lot of wrestling as we know it. So, okay. Now we're getting into the real meat of this shit. Now we're getting into the real meat of this show, I feel like. It is. Dude, history could be made here tonight. It could be the Sexayete's second title as he fights for the Unified Tag Team Championships with his partner, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, against John Morrison and R-Truth. Out of these two matches, I'm honestly excited. I'm probably more excited for this, honestly. So, the first recorded steel cage match took place on June 25th, 1937 in Atlanta, Georgia. Does it say for which promotion? Hell no, you know the Romans would have done cage matches. Yeah, but like, listen. Do we have like recorded record of like the first ever steel cage matches from like that far back or no? All right, here we go. Tornado tag team ladder match for the tag straps. Let's do it. This right here is going to show why the tag division, why tag team wrestling in WWE in 2011 is alive and well. Thanks to the efforts of these two teams. Oh my god! Ah, dude, he has the special entrance! Now listen! With the slow-mo.
From Los Angeles, California, weighing 220 pounds, John Morrison.
Okay, but he's not one half of anything, right? Like he doesn't have two belts with him right now, right? Dude, I'm grinning ear to ear right now. I was not expecting like John Morrison's championship entrance to remain intact like this, and I'm so happy that it did. Although I can tell you for a fact that R-Truth's entrance is gonna get butchered to hell, because that's what happens to any wrestler basically that holds these tag belts. All right, let's see you, Ronald. No, it's shit now, dude. This doesn't make me want to stand up and say what's up. It makes me want to stand up and go and get an overpriced hot dog. That's some bullshit right there, dude. Go back to TNA, dude. They wouldn't do this to you. All right, here we go.
And introducing the challengers.
The Raging Climax. Ricky Steamboat and the Sexayete Jr. coming down the aisle. These two have made a ginormous splash in the tag division, especially on Raw. And by hook or by crook, somehow they made it to the top of the division. And here they are at SummerSlam, the biggest party of the summer. Ready to make history together. These two have made a ginormous mistake. What do you mean? What do you mean? This match is gonna bang, I feel like. And not just because the Sexayete is there and he does the Fisagra, which is now banned. But I do feel like this match is gonna bang. Alright, here we go. Tag team ladder match.
And that's what it's all about. That's the prize they're going after right there.
I feel like in a ladder match, you gotta worry more about your legs than your head. But, you know. I feel you gotta worry about the rest of you more. You know? Anyways.
Triple threat ladder match is underway. Again, the object here, no pinfalls, no submissions. You can only win by climbing the ladder and retrieving the prize before your opponents do.
What's he up to here? It's got a nasty looking object.
So this match could take 20 minutes or 2 minutes, chat. We'll see where the cards fall. Oh my god! Friendly fire there from Ricky Steamboat.
And he's going up.
Oh, Ricky. Ricky!
Stiff shot with the elbow.
Ricky, please, man.
And he's going for that ladder.
I'm actually like a little. The Sexayete does the Visagra. No way. No. He fucking did it back in SVR 2010. I'm pretty sure they took it out of this game though. You can no longer dry hump your opponents as a finisher. Sorry. Dry humping your opponent has been banned. But I hear the only reason it was banned is because nobody could do it better than the Sexayete. The Sexayete doesn't have sex, chat. The Sexayete fucks.
I can't believe this is a no disqualification match. We can see anything in this one. I don't know if he got all of that one, but he got enough.
The Dragon.
Oh, man.
What? Okay. John Morrison was mildly upset at the ladder. Yeah, this could be over very fast, but will the Sexayete allow it to be over fast? Because as we learned for the Sexayete, he has a very special talent of just making sure matches never fucking end. Do you just let yourself get pinned out of shame? I mean, listen, man, if I got fucked in the ass during a match, I'd be pretty ashamed of that. Or do you just or are you just so satisfied you can't get up? You know how with Android phones they have a thing where Google sends you news articles? Why am I getting an article from Fox talking about Ring of Honor? LOL. Dude, it's finally mainstream, Ring of Honor. At long last.
That'll do some damage. Morrison, not another chin shot.
This right here will finally land the TV deal, dude.
Has the headlock. I guess he's done with that move. Yeah, but what's he gonna do next? R-Truth.
Now with complete control.
Oh my, an explosive suplex.
Dude, the Sexayete is just too slow for someone like Morrison. I mean, the thing about R-Truth and Morrison is that they're just so quick.
Touch it. That'll cause some damage. Ow, what an elbow.
Oh, another boot to the midsection.
Any move you could do, they can probably get it out quicker than you.
He's putting those educated feet to good use. Oh, look at this. Oh my God.
Jeez! Oh my god! An absolutely nasty bump from R-Truth. Yeah, like, what were they doing during this era?
Oh, mama! The neck isn't supposed to bend like that. John Morrison loves to win. He loves to look good doing it.
And another shot with the ladder. Bam! Boy, did he get dropped or what? Oh!
Someone go and get these belts.
And there's the head scissors. Oh! R-Truth into the headlock. Oh my God! You see his head?
This is a grueling championship match. Nobody wants to lose this opportunity.
But no, like, if I were in the middle of the ring and my opponent's finisher was dry humping my ass, I don't know if I would really appreciate that. That doesn't feel like something I would be really happy with, you know? I feel like I would be ideologically opposed to that.
Looks like he's decided to climb that ladder.
And not just because— what the— Dude, he landed on the ropes and he's right back up. That was an incredible freaking bump there by Ricky Steamboat. I'll post some cards in the Discord. I found some shows. Okay. Sounds good. Oh, dang. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Sexy Yeti. Sexy Yeti. He did it. He did it. They did it! Chat, they did it! The Sexy Yeti and Ricky Steamboat, the Raging Climax, has won the tag titles.
Here are your winners and the new undisputed WWE Tag Team Champions.
We've had 2 title changes on this night already. But we have a 3rd, maybe even a 4th, by the time it's all said and done.
WWE ever be the same again?
Wow. What a war these 2 teams went through here. And not only that, but Sexy Yeti, a man that doesn't even like wrestling all that much. He now has another feather in his cap, winning the tag team belts with one of the greatest of all time, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Wow. All right, hold on. The Raging Climax, in all caps, have won the unified WWE Tag Team Championship. Only 1 month did Morrison and Truth hold that. Honestly, a little bit sad, considering how long the Straight Edge Society held them. But that's just how it goes sometimes, I guess. I'll post some cards in the Discord. Hold on, let me see here. The stuff ROH was up to in... Dude, El Generico and Cole Cabana defeated Scotty Lost and Scorpio Sky. Necro Butcher defeated Eric Stevens. Roderick Strong defeated Delirious. Tyler Black defeated Joey Ryan. Kenny King defeated Jerry Lynn. Dude, Kenny King and Jerry Lynn sounds awesome, honestly. Ring of Honor champion Austin Aries defeated Jushin Thunder Liger. That sounds pretty good. Davey Richards, Eddie Edwards, Chris Hero, and Claudio Castagnoli defeated the Briscoes and the Young Bucks. Wow. Okay, I'm looking at like these fucking things here. Floppy with the Long Boys, girls, NBs, and AGs. How are you doing, my friend? How was your stream going? Or at least, how did it go? And did you have fun doing it? Thank you for bringing your lovely community on over here and entrusting me with them. For those of you unaware, my name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club. I'm the very Long Bush Santino. I'm afraid that Santino's dead, but I'll get to that here in just a minute. For those of you who don't know, I'm GirafaStev, president of the Long Boy Club, the long and large enjoyer of games, wrestling, hopefully resurrecting Santino Marella and my stinky cats. Tonight we are playing SmackDown vs. Raw 2011's Universe Mode. We are at SummerSlam. It's been an incredible night of action so far. Chavo Guerrero retained his U.S. Championship. Shad Gaspard won the Intercontinental Championship. Beth Phoenix retained the women's title. The Ragey Climax, Ricky Steamboat and the Sexay Yete won the World Tag Team Championships, which marks the Sexay Yete's second championship win in the WWE. So the first one being the Intercontinental Championship. So yeah, dude is on a tear.
Hello,
right
Mario.
now. Hi Zach, how are you doing? But yeah, if you're new to my shit, I play a lot of wrestling games primarily. And also do a lot of like wrestling adjacent things on the channel, like, you know, watching indie wrestling. I'll sometimes do like, you know, tier lists as well, so on and so forth. I also like other sports such as baseball. I like Sonic the Hedgehog, RPGs, strategy games, and custom world building. If that sounds fun to you, I would really appreciate a follow on the channel. We're trying to get to 1,000 followers by year's end. If we do, we will unlock 1K Mania, which will be a special stream that will pay tribute to this incredible community. But enough of that. We have a championship. We have 2 more championship matches to get through. Also, Plompy, if you need to rate and run, that's absolutely fine. I really appreciate you bringing your lovely community on over here. What I don't appreciate, though, is us, like, running this match back from last month. This was not nearly good enough to do again. But let's see if they can make up for the bad stuff they did last month by actually giving a shit this time around. Because I'm willing to give it another shot, you know? I'm willing to give it another shot. All right.
So here are the rules for the championship scramble match.
Like, you couldn't have just had a normal match. Does Jack still have the title? He still has the title, brother. But we have an incredible main event here. Sheamus lost the Intercontinental Championship to Shad Gaspard. But he does have a chance to move up the ladder by winning the world title tonight in an Inferno match against Jack Swagger.
From Washington, D.C., weighing 290 pounds, he is the WWE Champion, Batista.
Incredible. I kind of want Batista to hold this title forever, Chad. I'm not going to lie to you. I kind of want him to hold it forever. But he has some stiff competition here. We have Edge, we have Cena. We have, like, basically everyone that's been in this company for, like, 10 years at this point. At least 10 years. All right, it's Adam Copeland. Let's do it.
And approaching the ring, the rated R superstar, Edge.
No. You have to say it like how you usually say it, Tony. It doesn't work otherwise. It doesn't work otherwise, brother. You need to say it. You gotta say it right. Remember the fundamentals. Yes, Jack unfortunately still has the belt in the save. The rated R superstar. Unfortunately, Justin Roberts does not go that high up when he's announcing him in AEW, which makes me very sad. You talk about someone that doesn't know the assignment. Justin Roberts, in that specific case, does not know the assignment. Justin Roberts is largely very good. He's largely my favorite ring announcer. But in that case, he does not know ball. He misunderstood the assignment, and for that, he must have his balls chopped off. In real life, not just in Minecraft.
He has an 80% chance of losing his title here tonight.
Although if only in Minecraft is what we can do, if we can Although, if we can only manage Minecraft, we'll take that too.
Cena, John Cena with fire in his eyes.
Dude, I do not want John Cena to win this, dude. It's basically anyone else is fine. But, like, John Cena is the most boring option here. You know, let's shake it up a bit.
So when you become interim champion in this match, is your strategy any different from the rest of the competitors, King?
Well, yeah. More than anybody, he needs to be looking to break up submission holds and pin attempts. And that was a big shot that just dropped Cena.
To say it like his balls got chopped off. Also, hi, Big Gamer. How you doing? Thank you very much. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since we had a drink of water here.
And again, he moves to the outside.
Dude, this match stinks. This match already stinks. I don't like it.
The game's not wasting any time. Remember, there are no timeouts in this contest. This match could end up anywhere.
Edge taking advantage of the situations.
This isn't Backlash. You get back there, brother. Well, dude, what's the referee doing? He's so stunned by the sight of Triple H holding steps, he doesn't know what to do.
What a kick that was.
Oh yeah, fuck you. I'll never forgive you for what you did to Randy and Cody, or what you allowed to happen to Randy and Cody. Also, shouts out to Edge there with the "you're dismissed."
There's the cloak, and Edge smashes his opponent's face into the floor.
Oh, Sean! I just ate a bomb-ass mango. Dude, I want a bomb-ass mango. That sounds good.
And he breaks up the pinfall. Michael.
That sounds incredible.
He almost took his head off with it.
But no, what were you doing over on Plumpy's stream, Plumpy Raiders?
He's got him hooked.
Also, by the way, can we get a shout out for Plumpy as well? They literally just raided like 5 minutes ago.
And there's the face buster.
Minute left. I think nobody's got a pin yet. I mean, that right there is the story of this match type in this game. It is the worst one in this game, I feel like.
No disqualification match. Oh, wow.
Oh, he's on the move again.
Again, this is a no disqualification match. Anything goes.
Well, I think that's about to be put to the test here.
Dude, this match is poopy. Can we get to Sheamus versus Swagger now?
What has to be done here tonight. Cena. What a punch.
I would like that, like, immensely.
Oh, the punch connects.
I would enjoy that. Yeah, exactly. Like, that right there's my feelings on this match.
Wow, did you see that?
That was unreal. He's in
Triple H does not give a shit about this match, evidently. Oh, snap. Thanks for the shout out.
Squeezing down on the head.
Grab the hold.
The power and quickness of Cena. He's going back outside. Dangerous impact to the neck.
Hold on.
He almost took his head off with that lariat.
Here, I'm going to go ahead and just shout out Plompy myself.
Watch out here.
Dude, that match sucks. Why did we do it 2 months in a row? That fucking stunk. That fucking stunk. Like, that fucking stunk. Why did we do that 2 months in a row? No, the shout out wasn't for you. I'm sorry, Patootie. Do you stream? Looks like your last stream was last year.
And the new WWE champion.
Vince just throwing his headset down. Horrible. LOL.
And the current champion becomes the new champion. What a contest.
The championship scramble didn't disappoint.
Dude, no, that shit... Dude, that stunk. That, like, totally stunk. Don't you glaze it for the second month in a row, dude. Do not run this match again. Nah, I streamed last week, LOL. It's been a while. Oh, okay. Alright, we got one more match tonight, chat. Stunk like Batista's trunks. I know. It was awful. Anyways. I stream for the glory of the God Empire. The glory of the God Emperor of Mankind. I don't have a schedule, so I just kind of do whatever. I mean, that's absolutely fair, brother. So, that right there is absolutely fair. But what's even more fair is this main event. We have an absolutely make or break moment, chat. I think this is make or break. We have Sheamus taking on Jack Swagger here in an Inferno match. It is black and orange gear. Sheamus, new attire. It's going to be an Inferno match for the World Heavyweight Championship. They're both gonna be toasted. Dude, I'm gonna have to be toasted if, like, we come out of this match and we still don't have a new champion. At that point, I'm just gonna know that this game really likes Jack Swagger. Hold on. Just a second. Yeah, Sheamus is about to catch some rays here. Honestly, an improvement. Given like everything that we've been through so far. Jack Swagger with the deadlock colors. Hey, LOL, dude, listen. I mean, that shit's canon. So.
And introducing the challenger from Dublin, Ireland.
All right, our only hope, brother.
The Celtic Warrior, Sheamus.
You are absolutely right to say that, Patootie. I don't think that's wrong. I think that's just the consensus. Which is why Sheamus needs to win this here. You know? I feel like this match in, like, 2011 would have been Vince's wet dream, though. Like, this would have been his ideal scenario here. He never had anything that made him stick out. I mean, I feel like they tried to put him in, like, the Kurt Angle-shaped hole. But, like, the thing about Kurt Angle is that he was generational. Whereas Swagger is...
Hello, Mario.
Not. You know? Colton, you're just in time for the main event!
Oh boy, look at the
It's time for an Inferno match for the World Heavyweight Championship. As Jack Swagger defends against Sheamus. Right here. How you doing, Colton? Please spare my kneecaps today. How about this? My kneecaps for Jack Swagger's title. This is a WWE ECW main event. Dude, you're right. We got two fucking ECW legends in the ring right now.
Ooh, and he got dropped.
Blackbeard just died in my black flag. Wait, Blackbeard just died in my black flag run.
Swagger be thinking here.
Well, he's got to be.
Wait, what are you playing?
Win it would be to knock off the #1 contender.
The fiery pace of this match.
Oh goodness. Oh, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, right.
A huge.
I heard it was getting like a remake.
Swagger is so confident in his ability.
Is that already out or no? Blackbeard from One Piece.
That was like a freight train.
Dude, Blackbeard and the One Piece are real. That's crazy.
Knocked down. What a shot.
Both of them are real. And that's just something we need to accept as a society. But they had a PS4 remaster. I still have Black Flag on the Switch. I just need to, like, play it. Like, fully, all the way through. No. Sheamus, please, man. The One Piece is real. I ate it. Did you eat it in one piece? Or did you have to, like, take, like, chunks off of it? Michael Cole's fucking commentary in this is crazy. I feel dirty playing Ubisoft games. As you should.
Calling, just begging to be fed human flesh.
Then Ring Sync adds more Blackbeard missions and more cool new crewmates that gives you abilities. Okay. So like
Sheamus into the headlock.
So like it isn't just like a remaster, they're like remaking the game. A main event in 2010 without John Cena, impossible. I mean, John Cena was in the previous match, so not quite the same, but it's pretty close. Oh, damn. Okay. Sheamus, please. Sheamus. Sheamus.
What should Sheamus be looking to do now, King?
Just anything. Do something. Anything.
Swagger.
I want Snitsky at this point, bro. If Sheamus isn't gonna win this, fuck it. I'll take Snitsky.
Swagger.
Dude, I'm actually so upset.
It must be nearly 200 degrees where we're sitting. Jack Swagger.
No.
Oh my God, I can't watch.
No. 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 Fuck you, Jack Swagger. Dude, you're kidding me. The reign of terror continues. The reign of terror of Jack Swagger continues. Don't tell me you were in control of him and you didn't know. I am the anonymous GM. I say run it back. Chad, dude, we were... Okay, well, actually, I'm a little unsure. I mean, like... Well, Zach, I mean, like, now that you mention it, I don't know if... Okay, no. I was not in control. I was not in control of Sheamus. He just choked. He just fucking choked. Save us, Hornswoggle. Did I just come back to see Sheamus lose? Yes, you did. 2 out of 3 Falls Inferno match? Chat, do we want 2 out of 3 Falls Inferno match? I'll take... Dude, I'll fucking do it. Alright, good, because he got his ass beat. I know! They all fall to Swagger, dude. They all fall to him. God damn it, dude.
Step on up and see if you can throw a
I'm like, I almost don't want to do it that way because that's lame as fuck, and we're just manufacturing it.
Let's go, hurry.
Druid 1 Kenobi.
Or maybe you didn't.
Help us, Druid 1 Kenobi. You're our only hope. This is the true hell timeline. Dude. How about this, chat? I'll meet you there, okay? Wait, who said that? My God, it's Pablo Sanchez. Adios, baseball. Fine. That's 2 out of 3. Let's do it.
And that one hurt his hand.
But if Jack Swagger wins this one too, then we're just gonna take it. Okay.
Again, the world title is on the line.
we gotta turn on music, I think.
Right to the chin with the knee.
Hold on. I have swag riders ready to go in case Jack Swagger wins this one too. But no, Sheamus is getting his ass beat here. Again, he's getting his ass handed to him. Who can take him down, chat? I don't know at this point.
He almost took his head off with that lariat.
Unless Christian finds his way back to the top. Because at this point, he's run through the best that SmackDown has to offer. You know? Like, he beat Undertaker in 15 seconds. He defeated Sheamus in an Inferno match. Very, very cleanly and convincingly. He beat CM Punk 6-1 in a fucking Iron Man match. What is left? Pablo Sanchez with the baseball bat. What's this? What's this? He's throwing it in the ring. He's throwing it in the ring for Sheamus.
No man can withstand this heat. Yeah. And a shot to the solar plexus.
No, he doesn't have enough damage yet.
Just a fantastic suplex.
Let's say do something, Sheamus. Please. Pablo Sanchez learned Spanish in school, much like he learned the language of wrestling in school.
Think about how important this main event is in building momentum.
Dude, think about how important this main event is in building momentum. This is what you build momentum for, Michael. It's the World Championship.
He almost took his head off with that lariat.
I realize Jack Swagger's been on a tear, but take this seriously.
Hello, Mario.
Hi, Dazzle. How are you doing? Do anything?
The gates of hell have opened. He catches them with the X-Men.
We're over here having conniptions over how is the match going, but we're over here having conniptions over Sheamus not being able to get anything on Jack Swagger. So, you know, it could be better. And again, chat, if Jack Swagger wins this, we're just gonna take it. Alright? We have to take it. Yeah, I remember this. It's frustrating. Jack Swagger apparently the first 110 in a WWE game.
It's a big fight feel here in this arena. The WWE Universe hanging on every move. That chop turning his chest to deep purple.
It's done. What? No way! He fought out of it! Sheamus fought out of it!
He almost took his head off with that lariat.
Swagger's gonna have a streak longer than Undertaker's. I mean, at this point, he hasn't fought at WrestleMania yet in this game, so.
The ring is a flamethrower's intensity.
Wow, I've never seen that. I've never seen it either. Swagger going to have the Roman Reigns run? Genuinely. I don't know. Dude, if Sheamus can't get it done here, I don't know who will be able to get it done.
Look how close they are to the flames. Say it isn't so. No!
That's it, dude. He's done. No way! Ooh, Chavo! Dude, do we make a trade? I'm sorry. Oh, wow. Actually, I have an idea. That's an incredible idea. Does SmackDown make... Dude, do Raw and SmackDown make a trade? Get Chavo and Druid on SmackDown. I'm afraid I can't do that while Chavo's a champion. I mean, I could. But, like, I don't want him to, you know... Actually, no, you can't. If they hold a title for a specific brand, they cannot go to the other brand. Please get Sheamus out of there before he melts. Jack Swagger's eyes look like soulless pits, which are, funnily enough, what I'm feeling like inside my heart right now.
Never be the same after tonight.
Yeah. We need to nerf Swagger's overall. No! He's too OP. The fire there looks better than it did in the match. Dude. What can be done, honestly? That isn't just like going into the overalls and making him less powerful. Swagger's Stone Cold Fox a wife. I think that we gotta make a trade, chat. You know what? We will. We will, in fact, make a trade here, chat. Okay. Okay. Well, so this adds to Jack Swagger's hit list. We have the people who have stepped up to him and have fallen are as follows: Christian, Sheamus, Undertaker, and the Big Show.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes. Welp, time to watch 2010's TNA. Oh look, Road to Glory is on with Sting and Jeff Hardy. This should be good.
That is Victory Road, you piece of shit. And yeah, you're right, that should be good. I can't foresee anything bad happening with that at all.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Here they come, chat. Cookie clack down the track.
It's lots and lots of trains. 2 of the greatest train videos we've ever offered. And now through this special TV offer, you get 2 videos for the price of 1. You'll get big trains, little trains, steam trains, diesel freight and passenger trains, even trains that blow through snow, old trains, new trains, fast trains, slow trains, smoking trains, even trains from around the world.
Sev has christened me Dookie.
More when you order lots and lots of trains. Hear the whistle blow, feel the heat, smell smell the smoke as these titans of the tracks thunder on by.
Kids love them too,
lots
chat.
and lots of trains. And remember, this spectacular 2-tape set is not available
Especially
in
if they're
stores. So
autistic.
hop on board and get 2 great tapes for 1 great prize. Get lots and lots of trains.
Order now, get a free bonus CD of sing-along train songs. Call 1-888-300-3455. Offer not available. Store satisfaction guaranteed. Get 2 DVDs plus the free CD. Call 1-888.
I'm actually really upset right now, chat. Nothing could make me happy now.
It's lots and lots of jets and planes. The greatest collection of aviation DVDs we've ever offered. And through this special TV offer, you can get 2 DVDs for the price of 1. You'll get to see big planes, little planes, soaring stunt and passenger planes, even planes that fly real low, old planes, new planes.
What a depressing end to the show, dude. Nothing could make me feel better after this. He can't keep getting away with this.
This special TV offer is not available in stores. Remember, you can get 2 DVDs, over 2 hours of non-stop aviation action for the price of 1.
I mean, fuck, man. I'm starting to dude, when I look at the world title, I'm starting to think of Jack Swagger every time now. This is bullshit.
Satisfaction guaranteed. That's 800-829-8866 for lots of jets and planes.
I saw lots of jets and planes a lot more. I'm sorry about that, man. That really stinks. Alright, so the question now is, who do we trade? We need another lots. Dude, if we get lots and lots of giraffes, I'll be very happy about that. I'll buy like 10 of those. Or lots and lots of graps. Or like it's just a big old wrestling game. Or rather, where it's just a big old wrestling DVD.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Alright. Alright, here we go. We need to figure out a trade here, then. Who will we trade for whom? Again, I don't want to trade Chavo, because he's currently on a good run right now as US champion. You know? I don't want to cut the legs out from underneath him in that way. Wait, MVP has a new partner? Okay. That sounds pretty fucking sick. Alright, hold on. Let me go ahead and put music back on. Chavo's not getting traded. Chavo's not getting traded, okay? He already has big enough fish to fry. Alright, so who's going over? Oh, I have a good idea, chat. Honestly, when it comes to people that can take this belt off of him, I can only think of one. Right off the top of my head anyways, and that's Edge. Just someone that we don't really need to work too hard on, you know? Someone who could theoretically be challenging him for the belt at the next pay-per-view. Because again, I don't really have control over whether, you know, someone challenges for one of the main belts. So I'm thinking Mike Knox can beat Swagger for sure. Lying. Me when I lie. So where does he rank Okay, he ranks number 3 right now. Just above Triple H and Chavo Guerrero. Tied for the 2005 tag team of Matt Hardy and MVP. Oh, no, you're so right. I should fucking draft Edge for Matt freaking Hardy. Hold on. We'll make a few trades here. Hold on. Where's Matt freaking Hardy? He's doing a whole lot of nothing over on SmackDown right now, so let's bring him over to Raw. Matt freaking on his way out of the company, Hardy, has been traded. Is Matt Hardy even, like, sniffing the US title right now or no? Doesn't look like it. Wait, what? Okay, well, this right here completely changed around then. Who could possibly be teaming up with David Hart Smith? It's just like a random tag match on Raw. His dad? No, dude, that has to be what happens. That has to be what happens. He has to like bring in the British Bulldog. Honestly though, I need to be honest with y'all. Ricky Steamboat and Sexay Yete with the belts is incredible to me. To me, this right here is cinema. Even if it is going to mess up their entrances. If only Sean could climb up to beat Swagger. Oh, that would be so sick. And the more I think about it, I think we can make one more trade. But who does Raw want out of these colorful characters? We've seen a shockingly small amount of Randy Orton here in this game. I mean, personally, I feel like that we want Kane over there, right? Luger seems fair to me. I feel like Luger seems fair, yeah. He's never really done much on SmackDown, so. So there we go. We have changed the landscape of this company in one fell swoop. Edge is now number 4 over on SmackDown. And I feel like that he'll be the one to beat Jack Swagger for the world title. Suddenly the main event scene on SmackDown has got a lot cooler, honestly. Or at least like the potential for a main event scene. Unfortunately, that kind of takes Christian out of the world title conversation. For now, at least. But it does free up a couple of other guys here at the top. Like, Chavo Guerrero is now number 4. Which I just think is fun. Zack Ryder is number 5. No, it's number 10. I feel like that the WWE title scene could get very interesting by the end of this. I feel like it could get very, very interesting. But no, we need someone to take this belt off of Swagger already. It's been a fun little run, but it's been way too long. It's time for you to give it back, brother. It's time for you to give it back, dude. And you'll just have to give it back next time, because chat, for tonight, our festivities have come to an end. I really appreciate everyone for hanging out with me this evening. This was very fun. This was very uplifting and very heartbreaking. All within a 1 hour span. Yeah. It was very fun, but now we are almost at 4 hours and 25 minutes in. I'm tired. You're still KE? What does that mean? Of course, friend. Let's see who's live right now that should be rated into. I'm sorry, Ashley, I don't know what you're saying. Let's see here. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'll let you type it out here. But I will say, though, chat, that tomorrow, y'all want to come over for zoo books, because I have the Giraffe Zoo book sitting over here to the right, and we are going to be reading all of it tomorrow on stream. I've also got a couple more things to show y'all, specifically involving a McDonald's handheld game that me and my roommate managed to fix this past week. Honestly, I'm surprised that we were able to do it, but we did it, even if it is a little bit scuffed. So yeah, you guys are going to see that along with the Giraffe Zoo book. It says all the secrets are going to be revealed in it, so come on by for those secrets. And we're going to check to see if things still hold up over 20 years later. Like, if something is said in there and it's, like, stated as, like, a really big, like numerical fact, we're going to look it up and see if it still holds up, to see if it hasn't been surpassed. Like, it says, for instance, that the oldest giraffe was, like, 26 years old, I think. And I want to see if that has been surpassed since, you know, the late 90s and early 2000s. No, I'm going to send you guys over to one of my acquaintances in the VTuber space, Puppet Proctor. Right now he's playing a fun little indie game called Tome. Looks pretty cool. You're still one of the best streamers on Twitch. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. But go and share some of that love with my friend over there, please. I would really appreciate that. There's the raid message right there. Come and join the Discord. We have a lot of fun over there. Right now we are watching the best of Super Juniors 33. We're probably going to watch Night 2 tomorrow before stream. So come on over and join us for that. Here are my socials. Find me on whatever it is that you use. For now, I'm going to bid you all adieu. And I will see you all tomorrow for some motherfucking zoo books. You and I, chat, we're going to go and take trips to steamy jungles, grassy plains, and the dark depths of the ocean. All three. And we're going to do it together. See y'all then. Have a good night.